The seal function, right?
Seal function, right?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
beautiful. Remember that. We
Yeah.
will talk about that when the time is right, and it's going to be very soon.
Yeah.
Okay. About the other use case or the functionality of triple quotes. Did you guys get a chance to research on that?
Yeah.
Gautam, I've seen like both are same. Just for like your understanding. Say for example, there are single quotes or something in between the strings, then we go for the double triple quotes. Is that right? Or
Yeah, that is right. I mean, that is one way, but no, there is a difference.
There
There
is
is a
if there
little
is any
other difference.
apostrophe is there, like Gautam's book or Gautam's class. So in such case, you need to use triple quotes so that if there's a single quote, it will add at Gautam's apostrophe. In order to prevent that, we can
Yeah,
use
you
it.
can use
And
double quotes
multi-line
also.
multi-line, if there is anything
Yeah, multi-line has
apostrophe
been
something.
discussed.
And then,
So when you have an apostrophe,
yeah, we need to have, that's where you use triple quotes so that the
yeah, that's
text
what
will
I'm telling
not
you.
enter.
So, multi-lines, okay.
One is multi-line,
Let
one
us
is
say we
apostrophe
have,
within which. That's what I knew.
okay,
And anything within
I
double
get
quotes
that.
you need to specify. You can still put that in that.
Exactly. So you can use simple double quotes and then say,
Mhm.
so you don't need triple quotes for apostrophes, for handling apostrophes.
No, I'm talking
Double quotes are more than enough.
in the text. If I want to specify that, that's when I need it.
So this is the text, right?
No, multi-line text I'm talking about.
So basically, again, multi-line.
Right, right. Yeah. Okay.
So multi-line is the main this thing.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's other use case also, which we will look into today. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So yesterday, whatever we have learned are actually called as the building blocks of any programming language. Any programming language you go to, you start with something called as variables. You will talk about if and else conditions, the different operators, and the different built-in functions, and the different, what do you call, if else conditions and the looping constructs. Okay. Now, right from looping constructs, one thing becomes prominent in programming: repetitions. Okay. Right from looping constructs, whatever code that we write, most of the code that we write is to handle repetition issues. So, what are the issues that repetition cause? So, repetition in the sense writing the same line again and again. For example, let me exit out of this. CD, Google Drive, next COP, sorry, my drive, next COP, yes, ls minus lrth, yes, and code space dot. Right, we have got our first listing opened. Let us comment everything here and go down. Don't show again. Right. So yesterday when we said name is equal to Guido, right, we used for iterator or while loop in getting those characters iteratively from this string, correct? Hello? Instead, without using these loops also, we can say print name of 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Even this will print the output. Am I correct?
Mhm.
Hello?
Yes.
Then why are we doing this way? Why are we using loops? Because there is so much of repetition. The only thing that is changing in these lines are these numbers, correct? Rest of the statement, rest of the line is staying constant. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Now,
But you don't have to print you don't have to write the print statement 5 times, right?
exactly. Point one. And the other disadvantage is, the first disadvantage is repeating yourself again and again. That is one disadvantage. The other disadvantage is, let us say you might mistype numbers sometimes. Correct? Looking at so many print statements at a time, you may not identify the difference right away. Which means whenever you are not controlling your repetitions, you are prone to make errors in your code. The lesser the amount of code you write, the lesser the number of errors you can produce. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, to be able to do that, which means writing lesser amount of code in achieving whatever we want to achieve, right, only helps us in improving or reducing errors and improving code maintainability in future, right? So we want to, first thing, reuse more than 90% of the line that we have written here, because that is what we are doing again and again. So reuse the code and reduce the scope for errors. From here on, most of the constructs in programming are there to address this factor itself. Reduce repeatability and increase maintainability of code. And hence we came with something called as these constructs called as looping constructs in programming. All right. Now, the second and one of the most powerful constructs in any programming that helps in better code maintainability, that helps in reusability by leaps and bounds, is something called as functions. Okay. Now, what is a function? A function is nothing but a named block of code. Okay, a function is nothing but a named block of code, which is you are writing a small block of code and giving it a name. Anytime you want to execute the functionality that is defined in your function, you just call that function by name, and you will be able to reproduce the functionality. Okay, so let us understand it a little better now. Functions, the way functions work is by having two steps. Okay, one is called as function definition. Okay, and the second one is called as function call. Okay, which means whenever you are defining a function, let us say there is a word called as psychology in the dictionary. You have assembled a couple of characters and created a word and gave it a meaning, right? But that is of no use to us unless and until we use it in a sentence. Let us say the definition of psychology is understanding human behavior or studying human behavior. Okay, that let us assume, even if I'm wrong, that the meaning for conglomeration of these characters is studying human behavior. Okay. Now, why did we give this term for this meaning? Is that anytime you want to mention in the future, okay, anytime you want to mention in the future, you don't want to mention the whole sentence again and again. Instead, you want to use this word. Okay. Similarly, to reduce our job in coding, what we will do is whenever we identify that a specific functionality you are repeating again and again in your program, you would separate that functionality from your program and create a function for it. And every time you want to use it, you will just use the function instead. Any questions? Now, for example, here, let us say we want to add two values. Let us say we said A is equal to 4 and B is equal to 5. Now we want to add A plus B. Okay. Now we say, let us say we have C is equal to 6, D is equal to 4. Now we want to do the same operation between C and D variables. What we have to do here? C plus D. Instead, if there is a function that could define this, okay, we could reuse the function, and for the first time we can pass in these two values, and the second time we could pass in these two values and get this result, which means we write this line once and use that line multiple times to be able to achieve the consistent result. Any questions there? All right. If no questions, let us directly look at the definition of a function. The syntax for the definition of a function. Okay. Functions in Python. The definition of functions in Python starts with the keyword def. Okay. After def, you leave a space and write your function name. All right. After your function name, you use the parenthesis or the, normal brackets, and you pass in something called as parameters. Earlier, we have discussed in the context of range function, correct? We will look into the definition and understanding parameters in a bit, but this is the syntax for defining a function, defining the name for a function, okay? Once you close the parenthesis, you put a colon and hit enter. Okay. And to establish that these are the lines that are to be executed whenever someone calls this function is determined by the indentation again. Okay. Any questions here? Once you have defined this function, you call your function by this name. Function name. And to these parameters that you have already mentioned while defining the function, you will pass in arguments, which means for the range function that we have used, right? We have passed in a value called as 10 or range of 10 we did once, and we did range of this thing, right? Now, these are called as the values that you are passing to the parameters are called as arguments. Any questions, anyone?
Is there any
This
specific
is
number of
mere
parameters we
syntax.
need to pass?
Sorry?
Is there any number of parameters passed, required number, mandatory number of parameters, or
Nothing. You can have 0 parameters or you can have n number of parameters. We will look at all the cases in a
okay.
bit. Okay. Right. With that being laid, let us look at a simple function. As discussed, we will create a function for addition itself. Okay. Now I will say define def is the keyword that I use for defining my function, and add, that is my function name. Okay. X, comma, y. Those are my parameters. Okay. What this function is doing is, it is simply returning, it is summing the values that are passed. Okay. It is adding the values that are passed to this function and returning the sum value or the total value. Okay. Now, how to make use of this function is, I can say, I am using the same function multiple times. When I say print total 1, I will get the result of a plus b. And when I say print total 2, I will get the result of c and c plus d. I will check that. And space. Any questions here? All right. If no questions here, then let us understand the execution of this function. Why and how is it working the way it is in a little deeper way. Okay. Now, the first point here to remember is to be able to call a function. Okay. To be able to call a function like this, like calling is this one, right? To be able to call a function like this, you need to have the definition of this function defined before the function call. First, you need to define, and then you can call the function. Okay, is that understood? If that is understood, then now how here we are writing x comma y and returning x plus y, but we are passing a comma b and c comma d, correct?
Mhm.
So how
Correct.
is this working is, sorry, hello?
It's not me.
I said correct.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you. So now here, when you are calling the function, what is happening is, assume for now, internally, it is a little more, what do you call, little more magic is happening. But we'll understand that at a later point in time. We don't have to worry about it as of now. But for now, let us understand it this way. When you said add of A comma B, what is happening is Python is converting this line into, okay, he is trying to call this add function, okay, and pass in, he is put variables A comma B. So Python will take the values that A and B are pointing to, and it will rewrite this function internally, or it will understand that user is trying to do this. Okay, once it got here, what it does is it will assign this 5 to its corresponding parameter x, and assign this 9 to its corresponding parameter y. Okay, and then it is going to do x plus y, because for this function, with respect to this function, x means 5 and y means 9, correct? And therefore it sums up these two values, and the sum is 9 plus 5 is 14, correct? Now this value is sent back to this line, correct? Which means this whole line will be now be rewritten as total underscore 1 is equal to 14. And you know how such lines get executed in Python. Am I correct? Any questions here, anyone? Similarly, when you called the same function again with the different arguments, here the T is being replaced with 5 and 7 is being replaced with D. I mean, D is being replaced with 7, which means Python will be internally rewriting this function as add 5 comma 7. And what happens next? It it assigns 5 to X and 7 to Y. And does 5 plus 7, and the result is 12, correct? And 12 is sent back to this line and rewrites this whole line as and you know how this line gets executed again. And hence this result. Any questions, anybody? Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Which means, okay, whenever you are calling this function, Python's internal compiler, or you see the cursor blinking, right? Something similar to that, assume, is there behind the scenes in Python also. Which means as soon as that cursor or that control, we call that as control. As soon as the control comes to this line, it starts executing from the right to left fashion. And as soon as it picked up this function, it is doing the replacement, and the control is jumping to the area where the function was defined, right? It is jumping to the area where the function was defined with the values that were passed. Right? With the values that were passed, it is jumping to the where the function was defined. And using those values, the way their application is defined in the function, it is producing the result and jumping back to the location from where it jumped to the function's definition in the first place. And then execution continues. And as soon as it comes to this line, again jumps back to the function, get the stuff done, comes back from the function, and then continues processing the next lines. Any questions, anybody?
I have one. So what
Mhm.
happens if I put line 115 ahead of 108? So let's say 115 on 107.
Right. So I mean, yeah, which means you are trying to call a function before it was even defined.
Correct.
Correct. Which means it should throw an error, isn't it so?
It should, but I have seen cases where the function is called before it is defined. So wanted to check if
Okay.
that works or if it errors out.
In Python, did you see?
I
Did you
mean,
see
I
that in
tried it.
Python?
I tried doing it in the morning. It was only giving the error telling the function not defined.
It's already showing me red here. Red here.
Not defined.
Okay. Now, coming to your point, you are talking about situations with where you have seen a similar thing in other programming languages, maybe Java or something. But even there, if a function is working, let us say even in this case, if it is working, it means that may not be in this program, but internally or somewhere in your project, this function has been defined. Without a definition, there cannot exist a function call. I mean, non-error prone function call. There cannot exist one without a function definition in any programming language for that matter.
Got it. Maybe some import statements were passed prior to that.
Exactly. Exactly my bad. I mean, yeah, my point. If it is working this way, it means that there is already a function add somewhere else. May not be in this .py file, but somewhere else. Okay. Excuse me. Any more questions, anyone? Right. Now, what does the return keyword mean in Python? Now, when we are calling the function, the control is jumping from this line to this line, correct? The return keyword is the keyword that is helping us not only to jump from this line back to this line, even without return keyword, the control will jump back from this line to this line. Okay, the return keyword is helping us with getting a value from the function back to the line it was called. Which means without a return keyword, if I run this, there is no value coming back to this line. And when you try to print total, it will error out. Are you guys getting? To return values back from the function to the line it was called, we need a return keyword.
State return is a mandatory one then.
Can we use like instead of return print x plus y?
Yeah, here itself we can print, but those values, if we want to use in our program, we cannot do that. For example, let us say after getting total 1 and total 2, I want to do total is equal to total 1 plus total 2. Okay. Okay. If I want to do this, then I want a value to this total. Correct? If we do not have a return keyword here, and if we are just printing it here, which is also very legal, but you will not get a value for total or total 2. Okay, see, these lines are already erroring out. Let us run and check. We are printing the values here itself, and therefore we are getting 14, but total 1 is none because no value came back to this line from this function.
Okay.
And hence
Gautam,
this line
I have
errored
a
out.
question. Hi, Gautam.
Sure.
Just a question. How is the typed things moving from one screen to another screen? Are these two
Oh, okay, I'm using
terminals?
command tab.
Okay.
I'm using
Which
command tab.
okay.
Is the shortcut to
And can you copy paste
move
into
between windows.
can you copy paste from one window to another? Both are terminals, is what you're saying, right?
No. This is my VS Code editor.
Okay. Mhm.
And this is my terminal.
Okay.
At the end of the day, both are two windows.
Okay.
Command tab is the shortcut to move between windows.
Okay.
It could be any window. Like from this coding editor window, I can even go to my Firefox browser.
Okay.
For Windows computers, it is Control tab.
Yes. No, I think it's Alt tab,
Is
right?
that the question? I'm not sure. Maybe
Yeah,
that.
that
I'm
was the
not sure.
question. Yeah. It's Alt. It's not Control tab.
For Windows, it is Alt tab.
Oh, for Windows, it is
Yeah, I
Alt tab.
think
My bad. Sorry. Control
sorry,
tab is to
Gautam,
move
I think he
between
was trying
tabs.
to ask.
Hmm.
Yeah, he was trying to ask how is the code written in the VS Code editor getting executed in the and
Yesterday we've
I mean
seen,
you
right?
cannot
We have
execute the
used
code here.
Python.
Yeah, that
Oh no, we
is
can
what
execute the code
he's
here with
asking.
this button. Okay, yesterday we have seen he is the one who has asked the question where you use the Python word and pass in your program name or program path. And the Python, the .exe or package file is going to take this file and run the program for us.
Yes, but we have saved the file first. I didn't see you save this new file, so I asked the question.
Okay. Okay. So it is the same file first of all, and I have turned auto save on. Toggle auto save. So as soon as I make any
Understood.
change to the file, it gets automatically saved.
Okay.
Okay.
It's clear. Yes. Thank you.
All right. No problem. Now understand what is the use of return keyword from in a function. Even without return keyword, the control is jumping back from line 109 to 115, but nothing, no value is brought here, which means no value is assigned to this variable, but still the program execution is continuing all the way to this 122 line, and again jumping back to the function, printing the next value, but coming back with no value with it, and hence total 2 is also nothing. And when you print total 2, it printed none. And then when you try to add total 1 and total 2, where both the total 1 and total 2 are none values, it said unsupporting operand type, which means we cannot do operation between two values of nothing, or two variables having none in them. Any questions? I take that as no questions. So if no questions, then let us go to the next topic, where now we will talk about, okay, this part of the function definition. We said that these are called as parameters, correct? Now, in Python, functions parameters can be defined, okay, in multiple ways. Okay, one way is called as, one type is called as positional parameters. A second type is called as keyword parameters. Third type is called as parameters with default arguments. Okay, and there is another two types called as variable arguments in general, called as star args and star args. Okay, we will look about these two kinds of arguments at a little later point in time, but for now, let us address these three types of parameters or arguments. Okay, beautiful. So when we first said, right, when we first said that whenever we are calling this function this way, the value that a is referring to, which is 5, is being assigned to x, and the value that b is referring to, which is 9, being assigned to y. Correct? Which means positionally, whatever values you are passing in the arguments, positionally they are being assigned to the corresponding parameters. Correct? Such a definition of parameters is called as positional parameters. Any questions? When your functions contain only positional parameters, okay, you need to pass values to your function when you are calling the function. Okay, let us say you did not pass a value to this function. You have two positional parameters defined. Okay, since you have two positional parameters defined here, you should pass two arguments while you are calling the function. But here we are passing only one argument. Correct? Now, Python doesn't know how to use this function with just one argument, and therefore it errors out, saying one required positional argument. Why? Because it is saying that this parameter has not got any argument.
Since we are defining two parameters, we need to give two of them. Is there any way we can just give the numbers instead of defining the variables?
You want to pass 5,9?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Without defining A and B there.
Yeah, I directly.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm not using A and B, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So I don't have to do this actually, as long as I'm directly passing values. Let us say I'll use these values are defined nowhere.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
When you pass this will be the result.
What is this type of is called?
I think it's positional parameter. You are passing positional arguments
this is
to the
also
positional
because,
parameters.
okay. So irrespective whether you define it or not, it is still called the same way.
Right. See, what is happening? Okay. In here, what is happening is it is taking this value internally and assigning. Whatever is happening here is the same thing that is happening when you are doing.
Okay.
A and B. It's
Right.
just that
Okay.
internally, Python is replacing this thing with these values.
Yeah, got it.
Right. Okay, when your value, the values you are passing, are being positionally or are being assigned to the parameters corresponding to their position in the function definition, then such parameters are called as positional parameters. Now, let us say I want to have a function where I want to pass only one variable or one argument. And even then, I want my function to work. Okay. Then that case, you can define what do you call a default value for a parameter, which is this 0 is the default argument for the parameter y. In this case, when I pass in 23984, this value gets assigned to the positional parameter. And though I am not passing any other value, there is already a default argument for the parameter y. Correct? And therefore, this function call will still return an answer. If I say the default value is 1, 2, 3, and this one I'll give 100 for simpler calculation, simplicity of calculation, the result should be 2, 2, 3, correct? Because I am passing 100 to this function, which will be assigned to my x parameter, and the default value for y is 123. And therefore, it should return 223. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? All right. Now let us delete the default argument again, and comma 101. The total should be 201. Now let us prove that this value is being assigned to parameter x and this value is being assigned to parameter y. Okay, we can prove that by printing x and y, right? Which means for the first print statement, you should see 100. For the second print statement, you should see 101. Are we correct?
Yes.
Let's comment this for better clarity. Did we get? So we have proved that whenever you are passing parameters to positional arguments to positional parameters, the values are being assigned to their to the corresponding parameters in the function call. And when you are saying y is equal to 120, when you are passing a value for y, this new value will be assigned to y. But when you are not passing a value for y, it takes the default value. Okay. Here I am passing values for both x and y. Here I am passing values for only one parameter. Which means when I call this function like this, I should print 100 and 101. And when I call this function like this, I should print 100 and 120. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Any questions here? All right, if no questions, now let us address the next way of defining or using the parameters. Okay, so let us say I don't have a default argument for my parameter. I will call, I have defined only positional parameters, but still while calling the function, I want to ensure that 100 is assigned to y and 101 is assigned to x. Is there a way that I can ensure that 100 is assigned to y and 101 is assigned to x? Yes. Now that mechanism is called as keyword arguments, which means you are using the parameter names as defined in the function and assigning values or assigning arguments to those parameters while calling the function. Okay, here my parameters are x comma y. When I am saying explicitly I want this value in y, then you don't, directly this value, this argument gets assigned to this parameter. Instead of positionally assigning, we are telling Python itself, here itself, to assign which value to which parameter. Understanding that?
What this kind of thing is called? Is it keyword?
Keyword arguments. Or
Okay. So you're defining what it is, where it should go initially.
exactly. Well, function while calling the function itself. Any questions, anyone? All right. If no questions, then let's get into the next topic. Okay. Now, the beauty of functions in Python isn't just what we discussed until now. There is a lot more beauty attached to Python in programming. Now, that is, functions in Python are called as first class objects or first class citizens. Okay. So what are first class citizens? What is the definition of that? Is any construct of programming. Okay. Any construct of programming must satisfy the following three conditions to be able to call itself, okay, to be able to call itself a first class citizen or first class objects. Okay. One of the rule is that particular object must be assignable to a variable. Okay. That particular object must be assignable to a variable. That is the first rule, right? Next, that particular object must be passable to another, to a function as an argument. Okay. This is the second rule that it must satisfy. Third, that particular object must be returnable by a function. Okay. Which means variables are first class citizens because we can assign values to variables. Correct? We can pass variables as an argument to a function. Correct? And we can return variables from a function. Right? If we are able to do the same thing even with functions, then we should be able to call functions as first class objects in Python, which means again, we should be able to assign somewhere is equal to add. This add is our function that we have defined elsewhere. Now we should be able to assign this function to a variable. Correct? That is step one. Now, step two. I want to pass in add function to another variable. Let us say to another function, right? I will okay, let us define a function called as like basically some func. Okay, there is a function called as some func. I should be able to pass this function as an argument to this function, to another function. If I am able to do so, if this gets executed in Python without error, then that means that this condition has been satisfied. All right. Now, third one. If my sum func, okay, is able to return add, right? Then that means the third condition is also being satisfied. If we are able to prove this, then we can call that functions are first class objects in Python. Just a second. Right. Any questions here?
The
1
second
second.
thing, you're not passing any arguments, right? Any parameters. You simply said add and then returning it. Did I understand correctly?
Sorry, Venkat, I missed that. Can you please come again?
So in line number 146, you did not pass any arguments or parameters here.
So yeah, this is just a comment. We will try that.
Okay.
So for example, if
I'll
even
do
here,
that.
if you want to see, we can write that. But this is what we are discussing, that we have to prove this yet. We haven't proved any of it yet. Okay.
Yeah, one question. So, is it necessary for all the functions to be first-class citizens?
They are. The way they are defined is they are first class citizens. It's just we are discussing the capabilities of functions here.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, it's yeah, because not all functions need this return statement, right? So,
Exactly.
okay, yeah, no worries.
If at all you want to do any of this, you can do. That is what we are talking about.
Oh, I see. Oh, got it. Yeah, thanks.
Now, people coming from the world of Java or any other worlds before Python, their functions are not first class objects. A function cannot be passed to another function as an argument, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Java, but in Scala we can actually do that.
Yeah, Scala is a more recent programming language. It's a functional programming language. Of course, it will have,
Yeah.
Scala programming language is built around functions.
Yeah.
I think Rajesh is the one who is a
Yeah.
Java person.
Sorry, who? Okay, anyways. Okay. Now let us prove our theory. All right. Now what I will do here is let us define our add function again. My bad. Okay. Add x comma y. This is my function that we have defined. Now what I will do is I will create a variable. Okay. Addition is equal to add. Right? This is my function. This is just a variable to which I am assigning my function. Observe, when I am assigning my function to a variable, I am not using my parentheses or parameters. Okay. Now what I will do is, I will say dot equal to addition of 5.6, 5,6. Which means whatever this function does, I want my addition variable also to do the same thing and return me the result. Correct? Isn't that what we mean by a function must be assignable to a variable?
Got it.
Why is just the law? Voila. Got it? This says we have proven this thing. Okay,
We are giving a variable to an entire function. Is that what we're doing there?
we are giving a function to a variable.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Right. Which means our first statement has been successfully proven. All right. Now the second statement, passable as an argument to another function. Now let us prove that. Let us define two functions here. I will have my add. Okay. My use case here is I want to pass in two values, and my add function will return the sum of these two values. Okay. Now I will create another function called as define square. Now this will take one value. Okay. And will return the square of that value. When you use this function, you get one value as a result. Am I correct?
Mhm.
Like in this case, we got just one value. I will pass this function itself to this function so that it will take this value and square it and will give us the result. Okay. Now,
It's like a nested function,
print
right?
this. Sorry.
It's like a nested function, right?
Nested function is when you define this function within this. I mean, when you define one function within another function.
Okay. But what it is called, you're taking the value of one function and putting as an argument to another function, newly defined function. What is this
Yes.
called? What is this called? Is there any specific name for it, or just
No.
the way you pass?
No.
Just pass an
It
argument
is
to a
just a
function.
functionality. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
Now, what we will do is squared sum. This is my variable is equal to square of add of 5, 6. Now, this should return me print squared sum. This should return me 121. Correct? If that is happening, then the second statement is also proven. Got it? All right. Now for the final functionality, which is a function must be returnable by another function. Correct? So now for this purpose, what we will do is okay. Yes, I will create a function called as the div function. You will pass in x comma y, and this will return x divided by y, the division value. Okay. Define mod. Okay. X comma y, and you return the remainder. Here you are returning the quotient. Here you are returning the remainder. Okay. Now I want to create a function. Okay. And I want this function to return both these values at the same time. X comma y. In return, I will say in the return statement, I am calling that functions, other functions. Correct? Which means my function is able to return functions. Correct? Now, if I say quotient, comma, remainder is equal to div mod of 10 by 3, my quotient will be 3.3333333333, and my remainder will be 1. Or my remainder should be 1. Agreeing that my function, if this works, then our function is returning functions. Do you agree with that, right?
Mhm.
This is my quotient. This is my remainder. Yeah. Any questions, anybody? Right. With
Wow.
this,
Can
we
you
can
just go through
successfully.
that code
Sorry?
again? Can you just go through that code again? One last
Okay.
time.
So we have created 2 functions. Okay. One function is returning the quotient of a division. Other function is returning the remainder of a division. Correct? Now I'm creating a third function that is returning both quotient and the remainder at the same time by calling those respective functions. Correct? Basically, in my return statement, I am calling 2 functions. Correct?
Yeah.
We have discussed, we have stated that if a function is able to return another function, right, then we can call it that functions, I mean, that is one of the properties that and something must satisfy to be called as the first class citizen.
Okay.
Yes. And we have proved that by calling the function.
Hey, can you explain line 186 again? What are we doing here?
Okay. So we are calling this function, right, and passing these 2 values. These 2 values are going to this function. Okay. And immediately it is coming to this line. Return the div function and the mod function. Now these 2 values are being passed here to this function and this function. Instead of proving the statement by returning one function, we are just returning 2 functions. A little more extended capability of functions in Python. So this return keyword is going to go to this function, get the value evaluated, gets the value here, and then goes to the mod function, gets the value here, and then those 2 values are coming back in this order to this line. And correspondingly, the value that this function is giving is being assigned to this variable, and the value that this function is giving is being assigned to this variable.
Gautam, 186 line quotient and remainder, right? That's just for our understanding, right? That's a single this thing. Even if you give a single remainder or quotient or result, it will return 3.33 and 1 both, right? Since we are calling 2 functions.
Yes, it will return, but it will return in a different way. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Which way is that? We will talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. But that is just for our understanding, right? It doesn't go and sit in that again, right? That's what I wanted to understand.
If we write result like this, that is
Uh-huh.
a little more than just our understanding. A little more, nothing, no much difference. If you observe here, you don't have any brackets, but here you are getting with the brackets, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the result is not changing.
Okay. What's the difference, Gautam, between that and this?
Yes, which means directly it is coming as a single data structure. When you are returning multiple values,
Mm-hmm.
all those values together are coming as a single data structure. But when you are mentioning, see here, since we are returning two values, if we mention two variable names here, a comma b, let us say, then the first value will be assigned to the first variable and the second value will be assigned to the second variable implicitly.
Got it, Gautam. Thank you.
No problem. Any questions, anybody? All right. With this, we can say that we have successfully almost completed functions apart from the other star args and star quarks part. Any questions with respect to functions in Python? Now, what is the advantage of defining functions? What is the use of defining or having functions in Python? Is it just for your use case in your own .py file? Or do you think there could be even better purpose? As they say in Telugu, lok kalyanam emana unda leda just only mana use case ena? Do you guys, and what do you guys think?
Code repeatability, right? So that's what we discussed.
Yeah, for us it is there. That's what I'm telling. So that is there any day. When we define a function in our .py file, we might use it only 1, 10 or 100 times. Just for that, we are defining functions? Or do you think that the function that you are defining can be usable by someone else also?
Can use elsewhere also, right? Like instead of passing numbers here, you can have a file with numbers with values where you can assign those values in the file to this function here. At a global level, you can use this function.
Okay. I guess
There,
my
like a
yeah, sorry.
data-driven.
But is that
Yeah, that
similar
is there.
to
Okay,
any
repeatable again.
similar to libraries?
Beautiful. Beautiful. So again, my Samhita was wrong, I guess, earlier. So there is this another Samhita that I remember that is more applicable here. So anta swakaryamena swamikaryam kuda evena unda ani, which is there a higher purpose for this capability? There definitely is. As Hemant has mentioned, whatever functions that we look at, I mean, or packages that we are calling something as packages, right? Like LLM package or chat GPT package, or what do you call scikit-learn? There's a package called a scikit-learn. There is something called as pandas. There's something called as numpy, right? We talk about different packages on Python, correct? How are those packages being built? Can't we build those packages? What do you think those packages are?
There's some functions, right?
Those packages are, sorry?
Some functions, inbuilt functions which they built in.
Exactly. Yes,
Somebody else
exactly.
does for
Those
us,
packages are
we are
nothing
using
but
them.
exactly. Someone else defined those packages and we are utilizing those packages. Now, this brings us to the question, what is a package? To understand what is a package, we need to understand one more aspect a little below that, called as a module. So what is a module in Python? Okay. Any .py file, okay, is a Python module. What do you mean by Python module? It means it is a block of or a collection of functionality. Okay, that other developers can use, or even you can use in any project.
Like a KSH script, right? Shell scripting, right?
Exactly. So you write your program once, and let us say 10 years down the line, you are working on different project, and you stumble upon addressing the same problem. Then all you can do is simply import. Remember this word. Import your .py file, since that can be considered a module. Okay.
Normally, where
Now
can we
what?
find these modules and these libraries?
I will tell you. We are getting there. We will get there. Okay. Now this is a module, right? Now package is nothing but collection of modules. Okay. Now collection of packages is a library. Simple ga cheppalante, like in another analogy, a module is a page, a package is a book, and where you find collection of books? Similar analogy. Okay. Now, which means every .py file is a module. The ground reality is, which means whenever you say this is our first program .py, correct? Let us create a second prog.py, and let us import this Python file as a module in this second file. If that is happening, then we can claim that every .py file is a module. Correct? Let's head towards doing so. But we need, let us have this function available. I don't need this. Right. Okay. Now let us create a new function of file now, and let us save this as, I'm saving it in the same location. Second prog. I don't want to put even prog also. Second dot. Right. Okay. Now what I will do here is simply import first prog. You see, but I will not be using the .py here. You don't have to use the .py. As soon as you say import ABC or something, it looks for abc.py internally. The code is written. We don't have to worry about it. Sorry. Now, I wrote my div mod and div mod function here. I will use that function here, you see. print div of 10, 3. My bad. My is just the bad. Print first prog dot div of, let us go with the same 10, 3 itself. Mod of 10, 3. Div mod 10, 3. I have defined these functions in the first prog.py file, and I am using those functions by using this name, which means we are telling, okay, bring this page into this context, and telling, okay, in this page, there is a function called as div. Use that div and get me result for this. In this page, there is a function called as mod. Use that function and get me result for this. And similarly, in this page, there is a function called div mod. Use that function and get me this thing. Okay. Now, instead of first prog.py, I will say second.py. This is, this value is being returned by this line. This value is being returned by this line, and this value is being returned by this line. Any questions, anyone? Hello?
No.
Can
All
you
right.
explain this code in second.py using some names uh, like already existing libraries, so that it will be helpful for us. Like for example, now in this scenario, first prog is the library, right?
It's a
Coming to
module,
the
yes.
okay, it's a module. So and dev will be the
Function
I think
in the module.
okay, okay. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Any other questions, anyone?
Is there a reason why the last answer is in brackets?
I told you,
Whereas
right? It is returning 2 values at a time.
so the comma.
So multiple values are returned in this format.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. We will understand about them a little better in some time. But for now, you can remember it. So
I was expecting the answer to come in the second py file only. Is there any reason why we have taken it to this particular thing? Because it can be only executed in a terminal.
they don't understand your question, I guess.
So the question is that you have defined the function in the first program file, first
Right.
prog.py, and you have brought it to the second, wherein you're not defining it, but you're just giving the argument. And so I
Right.
was expecting the answer in the second file itself. Any reason we have gone into another terminal to display the answer, or just like that?
Oh, the same thing. How did we execute this program is just the way we are executing this program. When we are running second.py only, we are getting the result, correct?
Yes. Okay. But instead of second, it is pulling from the first. Yeah.
Right. We are not defined these functions in second.py. Those
Agreed. We
functions
have
are
not.
defined in firstprog.py. We are just calling those functions from second.py. And we are running
Okay.
second.py itself and getting the result, still using these functions. That is what we are trying to establish here.
Okay.
You write once and use multiple times in multiple places. Any more questions? All right. If no questions, let's go to the next topic, which is we have seen how to import a module. Correct?
Gautam,
There are
can we take
other
a
ways of
10-minute break?
importing a module also.
Can we take a 10-minute break? It's
Okay.
already 11:30.
All right. So we'll take a 10-minute break and then regroup by 11:45.
Sure.
Okay. Fine. I'm back.
All right. And it's also confirmed. I need one more person at least.
Yes, we are back to.
All is just the right. So here, so far, we have seen importing a .py file in another .py file. Correct? Now, let us take a step back. All right? Where, in the sense, let us quit this VS Code, go back to terminal. I'll do a cd ... and I will open code space dot here. Okay. So now I have my COP Feb 2025 file here. Correct? What I will do is let us create one more directory. Okay, escape. Not there. Okay, let's click here. Let's create another directory saying COP Feb 2025 dummy. Okay, so this is my current file where we have been writing programs, first proc.py and second.py. Correct? And this is our new directory that we just created for dummy. We have discussed about module, correct? Now let us talk about package. What did we say packages mean in Python? Packages mean nothing but collection of .py files, right? Which means a directory in regular operating systems terminology. If that directory is containing .py files, this should be importable as a package in Python or Python programs. Am I correct? Is it understandable? If yes, then what we will do is let us create a program here, command N, okay, called as, I will save this as from dummy.py. This is my Python program, okay? Where did I create it? It has been created outside of this thing. What we will
Can you
do
show how
is,
to create that module again?
okay,
I missed
module is
that
nothing
part.
but a folder, a directory.
Okay, we're
One
just
second.
creating a folder.
Yes. Right. We just created a directory. That's what I'm telling you. In OS terms, whatever we call as directory, in Python terms, if that directory is containing a .py file, in Python terms, that directory should be importable as a package. Okay. So with respect to OS operating system, you call it as a directory. With respect to Python, you call it a package. Those are just synonyms. All right. Any questions there?
No, I got it.
All right. So now what we are trying to prove here is from this from dummy.py file, I want to import my first proc.py, which is in copfeb 2025. Is our use case understood? If yes, then I want to say like from copfeb 2025, I want to say import first prog. Okay. This is how we can say we can import. But here, if you run this program, it will throw error. Why? Because this still in terms of operating system, it is still just a directory. There is something that will make this directory into a package. Though it has first prog.py and second.py files, Python needs one more file. Okay, Python needs one more file called as $_init_.py file to make this directory a Python package. Okay, now in this file, you need not write anything. You can have a empty .py file, empty $_init_.py file, but still Python will interpret, okay, the user is wanting to make this directory into a Python package. Python understands that with that file, with the existence of that file. Okay?
So where that file has to be, that init underscore
Yes.
where it should be,
Yes.
and that cop
in the directory that you want to make a package. For example, here copweb 2025 directory, we want to make it a package.
Okay, and that's where it has to go.
Yes. Okay. Now the $_init__ has a short form. Okay, the $_ thing in Python has a short form called as dunder. Dunder. Okay, $_init.py file is what they call it. So I will right click on this copweb, this thing, and create a new file. Okay, I will name it as $_init_.py. Okay, this is the file. I have written nothing in it. Okay, now still it is showing an error. And that is because Python package names cannot have hyphens in them, which means we need to rename this package with wherever we have hyphens, I will just put underscores there. Okay. And now instead of hyphens, you see errors have been removed. We can say from this package, import this program. And then what I will do is simply write print first prog dot div of 10/2 mod of 10/2 and div mod of 10,2. Okay, now here I want to run which program? The from dummy.py, which is in copweb 2025 dummy. Correct? So I will say Python space copweb 2025. My bad. Inside that, there is something called as from dummy.py file. Now I am running the from dummy.py file, which is residing in copweb 2025 dummy, and it should return the result after executing these 3 lines. Interesting. From copweb 2025, import first prog. In module listing, we have under init under.py. Okay. Okay. Why isn't this available? Okay, interesting. Interesting. I think then new file _.py. Now, will this make it work? Current directory. No. So we have to go one level up. Okay. So this directory, we want to have access to the other directory. Okay. Right. Okay. So let us bring this inside this directory. Move. Yes. Now we should have access to this thing. Yes. Okay. So what happened was, okay, we have one directory. 1 second. So we have one directory called as my drive, and this has 2 directories. This is cop web something, and for better understanding, what I will do is, let us remove in the dummy. We don't need this. Move to trash. In copweb we have that, and we should be good enough. Close it, and run. You still get the result. Yes. So okay, this is our first file. My bad. And this is our dummy file. Okay, these 2 are in the same directory. Now, our file, that the from dummy file, is residing in the dummy directory. Am I correct? Now, to tell this file to come outside of this directory and go to another directory, and inside that directory there is another file called as firstprog.py. We are trying to import this file in here. Correct?
Yes.
That is also possible, but not so simply. That process is not direct. And hence what we did, we brought this whole directory inside this directory of dummy directory. Okay. And here the same program is opening this directory, and this directory has our firstprog.py file. that we are importing. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, doing this way also, having these two directories separately also is possible, provided the directory that is enclosing these two directories is a Python project or Python directory. You will get to that this thing later on. You can get to that later on, but this is how we are trying to establish here that whatever files that we are writing, the collection of our .py files, we can make them Python packages. That is the idea that we want to establish with this experiment. Any questions with that idea?
Can you just repeat what is a package? Package consists of .py files, right?
Right.
And then a package consists of a set of files, py files, and an init file,
And an init file, yes.
right? That can be imported to another py file. That's what
Right.
we are doing right now.
Right. That's what we're trying to establish.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Gautam, I'm just following along. I'm getting an error, no module named so and so.
Exactly the same thing. So the directory we have brought into the dummy directory. So
Yeah.
in that, yes, you bring the whole, you see here, copfab directory is now a subdirectory of copfab dummy directory.
Yeah. Can I
And the
share my screen
import,
real quick? It doesn't take much time.
sure.
Yeah, 1 second. It's not allowing me. That's fine. I'll check it. Thanks.
Okay. Maybe 1 second. You can share it real quick. Multiple participant screen sharing is there somehow. You still not able to share your screen?
Yeah, it's asking about settings. So that's fine. I'll connect with you
Okay.
later. But
Okay. Fine. Okay. Any questions here in this part? So making packages and all in Python you will be doing at a later point in time when you get into some real-time tasks and all, and then you can explore all that a bit more deeper. And what I said that whatever we tried to do earlier, also having two directories in parallel in the same directory, also we can do the import provided some other conditions satisfy. Okay, right. If no questions there, then I would like to go forward. All right. Now, for the question Karthik has asked, we get to the next part. Okay, we have seen how to create a .py file, how to import a .py file, how to import a .py file residing in another directory that we have made it or turned it into a Python package, correct? Now, which means there are many packages like that that are made by a lot of other developers that we should be able to use, correct? Now, Python has received its popularity because of this very reason, because of the number of libraries available in that language. Okay. Now, fine, accepted. There are a number of libraries. Now, how can we prove that there are different number of libraries? Okay. The libraries available in Python are primarily considered or defined as three types. One called as built-ins. Okay. Another called as standard library. And third one is called as external library. Okay. Now let us see what are the built-in functions in Python. We've been saying that we have used already print multiple times, id function, type function, etc. so far, right? We also seen range function. Correct? We have seen these functions. We have called them as built-in functions in Python. So then, is there a way to check all the built-in functions in Python? Yes, there is. And that is called as, you go to Python and simply here, you guys able to see my screen, right? What? Let me do this thing. Okay. Right. You go to here and then say dir of. So dir is another built-in function that can take arguments. Okay. Now we'll say dir of built-ins. So these are all the built-in functions, basically, not those. These are all the built-in functions available in Python. And we have already used range, we have used print, we have used dir just now, we have used id, we have used type MNOPQRS T type. So if you ever want to find out what are the built-in functions available in Python, you can use this method to call, to do so. Any questions here? Now coming to the Python's standard library. Okay, Python is a language that is known with this statement called as, it is a language with batteries included. Do you understand the term or the phrase, what does batteries included mean?
No,
Okay,
I
so
don't
when,
at least.
yeah. Okay, so whenever you buy an electronic device, you get batteries, right? They package them with the batteries. And then they say in the manual that batteries are included, batteries included, right? Which means they are
Yes, okay.
providing you with enough information or enough tools to get yourself started. Correct? Like if you had
Okay.
bought
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Amazon Fire Stick anytime, you would get batteries for the
Yeah.
remote with the Fire Stick, with the device. That is what the analogy means.
Okay.
Now,
Got
here
it.
in
Okay.
Python, yes, Python also, the package, the .exe file or .pkg, DMG file, whatever you have downloaded, is considered to be batteries included. Called as, it comes with enough number of packages to get you started, get you going with a lot of tasks in Python. So how to find the different available packages or standard library functions available in Python? Okay. Go to Google and say Python standard library. This is an extensive list of Python packages that your .exe file has come with. Okay. Now, for those who have researched on finding about the seal function in Python, you must have seen that people imported something called as, people wrote something called as import math, correct? And then said math.seal, correct? Now, for the
Yeah.
built-in functions, we did not do any kind of import, right? Which means as soon as your Python interpreter is fired up, these functions come into the context. Like these functions are coming into your pocket directly. All right. But apart from these functions, if you want to use another function like say seal function, this seal function is residing in math module, which means your Python exe file, whatever it is coming with a built-in math.py file, right? So in that math.py file, this function is defined. And therefore, you want to bring that module into your current context. Okay. You want to bring that module into your current context, and you do that by saying import your module name and then call your function name using that module. Any questions, anybody?
Yeah, Gautam, one question. So what is the
Mhm.
major difference between this built-ins and standard library? I mean, how can we
So
differentiate?
that's what. So the built-in functions you don't have to import.
Oh,
They are
okay.
readily available.
I see. Got it. Thanks.
Yes. Now, whenever you are trying to import, okay, let us say you have some task to do in your home for some using some to your car or your bike or your home, something, okay, using a toolkit of, let us say, wrenches or something, screwdrivers. Okay. Now there are two ways of collecting or taking your screwdrivers to the task. Okay. You can either carry the whole toolkit and use whichever you want at the task, or you can directly take only the required tools from the toolkit and use it in your task. Am I correct? Are you able to understand these two ideas? If yes, let us see how the similar analogy is brought into Python as well. So when you are doing import math, it is like you are taking or you are bringing the whole toolkit of math to your project. And from the toolkit, you are using one tool called as seal. The other way of doing it is from that toolkit, you take only one tool by saying as from math import seal, where from this toolkit, you are bringing only one tool that you want to use in your function. This is always considered to be a better package, better style of importing functions into Python. Because when you bring the whole math, imagine the toolkit is very heavy. You have to carry the whole toolkit just for few tools from it, correct? Which is going to only, what do you call, make your program bulky, right? And you don't want to do that.
ఈ
If you
మ్యాట్
want,
పీవై ఎక్కడుండే?
sorry? Sorry?
Yeah, sorry, I was just talking here. Not the question was
Okay.
not meant for you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So instead of carrying the whole heavy toolkit into your program, you can simply take the necessary tools from the kit and use in your program, which always keeps your program lean and fast. Any questions, anybody? All right. With this, we have understood the Python standard library also. Now, even if standard library functions are not enough for you, okay, even let us say the Python standard library functions are not enough for you. In this case, if you want more functions, then we have to go to something called as external libraries. No, when you say external, anybody can write any program and leave it anywhere on the internet. Correct? You cannot. Then how to find where your package is? Where is the package that you want to use in your function and which packages are available to use in your function? How would you know? To ensure that, to enable that, something called as a website called as Python package index, short form for PYPI, has been established. .org. You go to this website and then search for a package name. Okay, let us say we go to that website pypi.org. Fine, very good. So this is my package index. Let us say I want to find a package for scientific applications. Let us say machine learning. Okay, so I want to do machine learning. I want to implement machine learning. Okay. When I search for it, it is saying that these are all the packages available for machine learning written by many people. You open some package. Okay. Now, this is a package written by someone else somewhere, and it is residing somewhere else, right? You want to bring this package into your Python exe file. Exe, DMG, or whatever context it is. You want to bring it here, correct? You do that by using something called as PIP, standing for Python Package Installer. You say, okay, using this PIP, using the Python Package Installer, install package name. This is the syntax to install a package. Any questions? Hello?
No.
All right.
No question.
If no question, thank you. So if no questions, then let us quickly look at how to install a Python package. Right. Now, you guys, with your experience with your mobile phones, tell me, when your mobile phone is trying to install an update or install new packages, update is nothing but new packages when it comes to your mobile phones or devices. Okay. Do you think the installation is happening while your computer is running or after restart or while it is restarting? Sorry, while running or restarting? When do you
Installation
think these
happening
packages are installed?
after restarting, after restarting.
Right. Which means when it is not inside the operating system, it is installing the packages. Correct? Similarly, when you are within the Python prompt, within, which means the Python box, when you are within the Python box, you should not say pip install it says invalid syntax. You must come outside of the Python box. Okay, so now you have come out of the Python box. Now you can say that successfully installed. Now, once this package has been installed, I should be able to go into Python and then say import, if that is how he has defined it here.
I think I mean, not everyone might be familiar with pip. So I think you, if it's okay, can you just walk through how to install pip or nothing?
You don't have to install pip. Your Python exe file comes with pip.
Oh, is it? Okay.
If pip is not working, pip3 must be working. You see, when I did import machine learning after my installation, when I did import machine learning, I'm able to import it. Now,
Oh,
did you
yeah.
check it?
Got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Understood pip and all? So pip is used only to manage your external packages on Python. You cannot run programs using pip. Like you say, Python space, sorry, my bad. When you can say Python space file name dot py. And what this will do is this will run this python.file, right? This Python will go to this file and run this file. When you say pip file name, it will in all probability, it will throw an error because pip cannot execute .py files. It can only install packages. Understood the difference between pip and Python?
Yeah, Gautam.
In that case, let us get into the next topic. All right, which is data structures in Python. So data structures is nothing but okay. Data structures means nothing but collection of data, right? Which means by far we have seen one variable being assigned to one value, right? Apart from strings. Correct? When one variable is able to refer to multiple values, then such a data is called as data structure or collection. Okay. Now coming to multiple values. How can multiple values be existing? Can be referred to a variable. Okay. Now that brings us to the different data structures available in Python. Okay. The first data structure that we have looked into is the others are called as list, tuple, dictionary, and set. Okay. Lists and strings are similar in a lot of ways. Okay. Tuples and lists and strings are also similar, but tuples vary a little. Dictionaries and sets are similar in a lot of ways. To understand broadly. Okay. Any questions there so far? All right. Now, what did we understand as a string yesterday? String is nothing but a collection of characters. Correct? That can be defined in Python using single quotes or triple quotes. Correct? This is how strings are defined, we said. And we also learned that strings are indexed, which means the characters in a string have relative addresses. Correct? Similarly, lists are created using the square brackets. Okay, when you write values separated by commas within square brackets, then Python understands it as a list of values. Okay, For example, this is an example list that is containing a string value, an integer value, a floating value, and a complex number. With this, we can establish that different types of data can reside within a single list. Okay, just like strings, lists are also indexed, which means let us call this list as my list. My list is equal to this thing. Okay, now what would be the result when I say my list of 0?
0.
Okay, what will be the value when I say my list of 0, 1, 2, 3? 3?
13.6.
Sorry,
0, 1, 2, 3. Oh,
It's
other
a complex number,
complex number.
0.4J.
any questions with respect to indexes and lists?
We can pass date also, right? Data type also, right? In the list.
Yes, yes. Any questions?
No.
All right. So when we say we have indexes, which means now the strings, I mean collection, when you say we have data collections, these collections, the advantage with these collections is there are some built-in functions that can be used upon those data structures. For example, let us take a list, my list. Right? If I want to add a value to this list, I can say my list dot append of, let us say, Blossom. Now, what this will do, what effect this append function has on my list is, it will take the list and put this value Rosam at the end of the list, resulting in after adding this value. Appending means add it at the end of the list. Okay. Now, let us say I have my list 2. And this has Python and program. What do you think will happen when I say my list dot append of my list 2?
So it will add
It will
Guido
incorporate.
12, 13 and after.
Right. It will
After
take
all
the whole
the
list.
my list 1. Yeah.
Yes. And then at the last, as a last element, it will add this list with the brackets.
Oh, okay.
Right. Because for append, whatever you are passing, the whole value is considered as a single value. Instead, if you want to add, sorry.
But in the previous example, it didn't take the parentheses, right? In Rawson, it only took Rawson and inverted.
There were no, see, observe. My list 2 is a list object with the, what do you call, brackets, square brackets here. Along with the square brackets it has been added to my list. In the example above, I am passing a single element. It has only quotations. And along with the quotations, it has been added.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Right. When we said my list 2 here, this may not have the square brackets, but the way you defined this variable, it has the square brackets, right? Whenever we say this variable name, look at the value only. Because variable is nothing but a reference point to the value. Isn't it so?
Yes.
And hence the value has been directly appended. Yeah, appended to the end of the list. Now, instead, what can we do? Is there a way to take these elements individually and add them to the list, unlike with the brackets? To
Can we
be able
use
to do so, yes.
Can we do that with a plus operator between two lists? Is that possible?
We'll check that.
Okay.
Okay. To add individual elements from this list to the my list, we should use, instead of append, we must say my list dot extend of my list 2. Okay. Let us look at all of these examples on screen. Control L. Let me freshly open my this thing. Okay. Now let us create my list with examples as okay. Now my list 2 is equal to Python program constructs. Okay. Now when I say my list dot append of my list 2, my list 2. Now look at my list. It has been appended as a single element. Correct. Instead, we want to add each element from the sublist to be appended to this list. Am I correct? To do that, what we will do this time is, instead of append, we will use extend. Got it? Any questions, anybody?
No. Append will go like a single thing. Extend will go like all individual will be become a part of the original list.
Right. All right. So now we have seen how to add values to a list at the end, correct? What if we want to add a value somewhere in between? Let us say between 12 and 13. Okay. I want to add a value. Right. Now, what is the index of 13.6 in my list?
2.
0, 1, 2, right? Which means at index 2, I want to add something. We can say my list dot insert of I will tell the position, the index where I want to insert first, and then I will give the value that I want to insert. You see, this has been inserted at index 2, and all the remaining objects have been pushed back by one index position.
So to insert at a particular position, you need to use insert.
Yeah, we want to insert a value at a certain position, at a certain index. You need to use insert function and then pass in index value as the first argument and the value that you want to insert as the second argument.
But not append does not do that. You need to use insert at a particular position.
Right. And only adds it at the end of the given list.
Of the list. So essentially, lists are mutable.
Exactly, we will get there. Yes, yes. All right. So now let us say this is a big list, very big list, and we don't know what is the index of Python in it. We have a built-in function on list that can help us with that, which says my list dot index is a function to which you need to pass in the value that is residing in the list, and it will return the index position where it is available. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any questions? All right. Now, similarly, we have seen how to add values to a list. And there are many other built-in functions that you can play with, using lists. And I would like you to explore those functions. Those are relatively simpler and easier functions, so you don't have to worry much about them. Now, we will learn about the other aspect that you want to do on a list. You have seen adding elements to a list. Let us try removing elements from a list. Okay? The removing of elements can be done in two ways. One is called as pop, and the other is called as remove. Okay? Now, pop is the function that takes in the index of the element to remove from the list. For example, if I say my list dot pop of 5, what is the element at index 5?
Python.
Right? Now that will be removed from my list. You see, my list does not have that value anymore. Let us say I will pass my list of 2. What will happen now? Hello?
Rosam will be deleted.
removed. Yeah.
Rosam has been removed. Now, what do you think will happen if we do not pass any index, any value to the, any argument to the pop function?
Nothing should be removed actually.
Either last one or the whole thing would get removed.
Yes. So the default argument for the pop function is the last element. Now, this must raise a question. How does one know that this is the last element of a list without knowing the size of the list? Think about it. We'll talk about it in a bit.
The
Okay.
length, right?
Square
The length.
bracket. The square bracket.
Sorry,
The square bracket. The square
that
bracket.
is for us to identify. So if
Hmm.
we say, if we want to remove the last element, we will do 0,
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hmm. Or
Right.
we'll not give anything. We'll just keep empty brackets.
Right. So the default argument, they have given something, right?
Hmm.
Which means they are not changing the default argument every time that we are running this function. Correct?
Hmm. Hmm.
So what is the default argument? That is removing only the last element from the list.
Okay.
We will get there in a very short while. Okay.
Okay.
But this is how the pop function works. Let us say you don't know the index of the element that you want to remove from the list. You know the value that you want to remove from the list. For example, 12 is the value I want to remove from the list. Then I will say my list dot remove of 12. Is removed.
What if there are duplicate values?
Beautiful question. It removes only one value. The first occurrence of that duplicate value.
From right hand side or from left hand side? Because you said Python will read from the right hand side index.
Index, it goes from
Index
0.
wise.
See,
Okay.
yes, the way you parse the list, data collection, you start from the first element and go till the last element, right? That is the normal direction in which it traverses. And in that direction, whichever comes first. Okay. Any more questions?
So if I want to remove all duplicates of 12.
That is a little this thing. Let us say duplicates, define duplicates. More than once is a duplicate, correct?
Yes.
When you say remove but a particular value, it will remove only the first occurrence of the duplicate, correct?
Yes.
But if you have, let us say, Python being repeated in your program for about 5 times, you want to remove that Python for 4 times.
Yes.
Right? Now, for that thing, you need to repeat the loop for n minus 1 times, depending on the if the element is occurring for existing for n times in your list. That's a beautiful
Understood.
use case. You guys need to write logic for that. And I mean, at the end of the day, we programmers must write code for that. There is no built-in thing directly available to address that.
Okay.
There is another way of doing it, but we will talk about it again in very short while.
Sure, understood.
Any questions? All right. If no questions, we have understood about pop, we have understood about remove. We have seen how to add elements to a list, right? But now we can claim only we understood a little of, or we don't understand a little of pop. How does it know last element? Okay. Now let us take this list itself for simplicity. Guido, 13.6, 4J, and program, right? Now in this, the index of 0 is 1. 13.6, I mean, index of Guido is 0, 13.6 is 1, 4J is 2, and program is 3, right? Accepted until here, until this, right? Python also has Python's data structures, whichever data structure is whichever has indexes or supports indexes, they support one more thing called as negative indexes, which means Python also has another address, relative addressing, called as negative indexing, starting from -1, and that starts with the last element in the list, whichever is the last element in the list. -1, -2, -3, and -4. Which means when you say print of my list of 0, it prints Guido. Correct? Similarly, when you say print of my list of -4, it prints Guido. Okay? Which means when your list is this, Python knows that my list of -1 is when your my list was yes, when your my list is this, my list of -1 refers to constants. Which means what is the default argument for the pop function?
-1.
Beautiful. Any questions, anybody? Now, the next question should actually technically be, I was expecting to be, let us say name is equal to Guido. We said strings are also indexed. Does that mean that strings are also negatively indexed? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes. Which means name of -1 will return. Oh, any questions? Hello?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No questions.
Now, essentially, we have discussed that lists, tuples, and strings. Lists and strings we have discussed have indexes, right? So does tuples. Lists, tuples, and strings all have indexes, which means both positive and negative indexes. All right, where only lists are mutable. Tuples and strings are immutable. What do we mean by immutable? Lists have append, extend, pop, and remove methods on them, right? We have seen them. Tuples and strings do not have those methods. Okay. Any questions? Now, we have seen that to create a list, we use square brackets, comma separated values within square brackets, correct? And to create strings, we have learned that we can use single quotes, double quotes, or triple quotes, correct? To create tuples, we create comma separated values using parentheses. For example, where my list is equal to my tuple is created using the curvy braces or brackets. These brackets are saying that, okay, the user wants to create a tuple. Here it's saying the user wants to create a list. Any questions, anybody?
What are the advantages of tuple over list?
Beautiful question. Since tuples cannot be modified, they are very fast at processing.
And also tuple doesn't have duplicates, right?
No, tuples can have
Can
duplicates.
can have duplicates too?
Yes, as many as you want.
But you can't remove them, right? Once it is there, it is there.
Yes,
for good.
it is there. Yes. You can create a separate tuple if you want without duplicates.
We can
Yeah.
we can change it physically, right? Like
Yeah, we can create another tuple. It means that we can create another tuple. Okay, when we are saying mutable, we have a list like this. Okay, and we have our values. Right? My list is pointing to this. And Guido is pointing to Van, and Van is pointing to Rossum. Let us assume so, for our understanding. Okay, now I can say my list dot insert at index 1, I want to say Python. Okay, what it does is, this is index 0, this is index 1. What Python will do is, it says here, Python, Van, and Rossum. Your my list is still pointing to the same Guido. But a new value has been added in between. This kind of modification cannot happen with respect to tuples. They have restricted that tuples should not be mutable. The people who developed the concept of tuple in Python decided that this will be the restriction on this data structure. Any questions? All right.
Can you give any scenario where we can use tuple?
Okay. Let us say you want to read or you want to pass in user's username and password, okay, to the server. You don't want these to be modified, right, by some intruder.
Yes. Yes.
Good enough?
Yeah.
Any questions? Any
So
more
like,
questions?
do you mean like we can change any particular value in the tuple? Like,
We
for
cannot change even a
example,
particular value in the
no,
tuple.
right? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So what is the advantage of tuples and lists?
Processing fast. They are really fast in processing. And situations like this where you don't want someone to change those values. You don't want to change those values yourself accidentally also. That is when you create a tuple data structure.
So processing wise, which is faster? Tuple?
Yeah, tuples. Compared to lists, tuples are faster
Why?
because of the restrictions. Lists can be extended. In the program also, the list data structure in the memory, as we have written here adjacently, the data need not be adjacently like that. It can be spread out across the RAM. Right? And it can change during the course of the program because, and for that, to make list be able to do so, people have wrote code for list in such a way that they can be modifiable, right? And that is taking more time in processing in finding out where the next value is. But when it comes to a tuple, they have restricted. Once a tuple is created, they know that, okay, all these values are here, 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 and here. Just go there and get those values. That's all. There can be modifications in list, and that can actually, that is providing overhead in processing. But since there is no modifiability for tuples, there is no overhead in processing, additional overhead, I mean. Any questions? Both lists and tuples can store a variety of data in them, or variety of types of data. Any questions? All good? You guys can let me know when you need a break. Is it fine if we take a break at 1:30? Or you want it now?
No, we are good. We can take a break.
How about others?
I'll go with majority.
Okay, then we'll take it at 1:30. All right? Yes. Now the next thing are the other data structures in Python called as dictionaries and sets. Before getting into sets, let us understand dictionaries. Okay? Dictionaries are created using the flower brackets. Sets are also created using the flower brackets. Then what is the difference? How Python is able to identify the difference between dictionaries and sets, right? So in dictionaries, each value, okay, each element is written as key, colon, value pairs. Whereas in sets, it can be just like comma separated values, Guido, Van, Rossum, etc. Okay, when there are elements with colon in between them with the flower brackets, then such a data structure is called as a dictionary. When you have the same flower brackets, but without columns, without columns within the elements, then such a data structure is called as a set. Understanding the distinction?
Yeah, sets have different only elements, whereas dictionary is key value pairs.
Key value pairs.
Are they mutable? Both the sets and dictionaries are mutable, I know. Sets are also mutable,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Okay. Now, in dictionaries, but both are mutable, but both dictionaries and sets are unindexed. Both dictionaries and sets do not have indexes. Okay. Now let us create a sample dictionary. Let us say state
Then
capital.
How is it
Yes.
mutable, Gautam, if they're not indexed?
Beautiful. We'll get there. Okay. Let us create our sample dictionary called as state capitals. Let us say AP. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. But we'll take for now Amaravati. Okay. TG, it is Hyderabad. KA, Karnataka is Bilor. Right? This is my dictionary. This is my key and this is my value. Before even addressing how dictionaries are mutable, let us try to address how to fetch values from a dictionary. How can I get values from a dictionary? Okay, one way of getting values from a dictionary is by using the key, which means state capital of AP will return print, of course. When you say print, state capital of KA, it will print so using the keys, you can access the values of a dictionary. But the vice versa is not possible, which means using the values, you cannot access the keys of a dictionary. Which means state capital of B-lore will not give AA.
So the way we write this particular dictionary, if we change that, then we will get it, right? Instead of writing
Beautiful.
state capital, we write capital state and then invert everything. It will come.
Yes, yes, yes. So whatever you use as keys, using keys you can get to values, but using values you cannot get to keys. That is the idea we want to pass on here. Any questions?
Can a key have multiple values, or can multiple
Beautiful.
values have?
Okay. The values can be repeating. For example, we can have this state capital dictionary as earlier it used to be AP Hyderabad, TG Hyderabad. This is legal, and KA this is a legally allowed dictionary. Okay, where the key AP is having a value Hyderabad and key TG also has a value Hyderabad. This is acceptable. Okay. Now let us say we are trying to create a dictionary AP Hyderabad first, and then again you say AP Amaravati, TG Hyderabad, and KA Bangalore. Okay. When you write a dictionary like this will not throw an error. But for a repetition of the key, whichever is the latest value or the last value as defined in the dictionary, that will be the final value in the dictionary, which means after creating this dictionary, if you try to print this, it will print it like the most recent value is retained. Any questions, anyone? All right. Now, how to modify the values of a dictionary? Okay, you can say state capital with the square brackets. You say AP is equal to, you can now say which means in the existing state capital dictionary, for the key AP, put this as the value. This is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is state capital. In the state capital dictionary, dot, there is a function called as update. Okay. Now that function, as soon as and when you are calling something a function, it will always take arguments. Okay. That function takes the argument of another dictionary. Let us say now this dictionary, the key value pair from this inner dictionary is taken and added to the state capital dictionary. Even if this has multiple values in this dictionary, this update function works like the extend function on lists. It takes one element, each element individually and adds it to the dictionary. Any questions? No? All right. If no questions, then how to remove values from a dictionary? Okay. How to remove values from a dictionary? Just like in lists, we have two different functions on dictionaries. One is called as remove and other is called as pop item. Okay. The remove function takes a key, which means state capital dot remove of AP will remove AP and YZAG from the state capital dictionary. Okay. Now from here, let us look at this thing with examples. Okay. State capital is equal to this thing. We say AP colon, if you guys don't mind. Uh, okay. Is printing that. All right. Now what we will do is state capital dot remove. Hey, doesn't this have a remove function? No. My bad. Okay, it is pop and pop item. That's what I was wondering. Okay, so the state capital function has a pop function that takes in the key in the dictionary as an argument and removes the key and its associated value from the dictionary. Okay. I always get confused here whether it has pop or remove. Yeah.
How do you append?
I told you, right? Update. We have looked into that. Okay.
Update. Yeah, I see that function
STATE.
update.
Yeah. State capital dot update of this will take another dictionary. The update function takes a dictionary that
See value
says
set.
AP. Let us say now when you print, you get all the values.
Again, it's adding at the end.
Yes.
New values adding at
Yes.
the end.
Yes. There is nothing like adding in between here because there is
So
no
there's no
index.
indexing there, right?
Yes. Yes.
How can you change the value of a key?
For
Same update?
key? No, I mean you can use update. We have discussed that also, right? Did we miss that? In this, we can say AP or else my bad. You mention the key and then you update, you pass in a new value.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, got it.
We have seen this also, right?
Oh.
Like while I was writing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. It has been updated. Now, when we pass in a parameter, state capital dot pop, when we pass in a key, it is removing the key and its associated value. Beautiful. What will happen if we don't pass anything?
So the last one will get knocked off.
Pop expected.
This doesn't have,
Doesn't
yeah,
have
this
pop
doesn't
function.
have index, so nothing should happen here.
No,
Exactly. Error. It error.
Error.
Now,
Last time also I didn't know that it has reverse index, so I said nothing should happen, but something happened. But here clearly you only told that nothing will happen because there is no index.
index, absolutely. Now, pop item. What do you think will happen now?
Should error.
No? It has removed the last element from the dictionary. Now, how does it realize that this is the last element from the dictionary? Before Python 3.6, I guess, there was nothing like last element from the dictionary. And hence, the pop item used to remove any element at random from the dictionary. But after Python 3.6 version, if I'm not wrong, 3.6 or 3.8, they have made dictionaries have some structure. And that structure is the last element that is entered into the dictionary will be the first element that will be popped out by this popped item.
So not necessarily the, yeah, so not necessarily the item which is in the end, the element that we have entered the last. So
Right.
instead of AP, if you have entered Karnataka Bangalore as the last element, but you did not put it in the end, then that will get popped out.
So, okay, what do you mean by putting in the end? For example, state element capital is equal to, let us define AP something TG something TN Chennai KA Bangalore. Okay. So in this dictionary, if I say print state capital, this is the order of our elements, right? We have entered them in this order. And we have got them in this order, correct? At this stage, if I do state capital dot pop item, I will remove, it will be removing this element. Okay. Now let us recreate the data structure. We have the whole data structure here, correct? Now to this data structure, I will add state capital dot update of any other place. Sorry guys, I'm very bad at this. Okay. Now if we print state capital, this is my data structure, correct? Now if I do pop item, what do you think will be the element that will be popped out?
Kerala.
Letter random.
Whichever is last, right?
Yes. Whichever is the element that has last entered the dictionary, that will be the first element that will be removed out of the dictionary.
If you run it again, the KA Bangalore will be knocked out.
Perfecto. Any questions, anybody? Hello?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. If we are done with dictionaries also, let us come to sets. Okay. Now, sets. Sets are the data structure where the values are just comma separated. But the way the sets are defined is exactly the way the sets are defined in our mathematics that none of us remember, I think. Do you guys remember the definition of sets in mathematics?
No, please continue.
Yes.
I don't remember.
Sets are defined as collection of unique elements, which means, to address your point, Ramana, sets cannot contain duplicate values. And to your question, Karthik, earlier, what happens if you have many duplicate values in your data structures? You can convert that data structure to a set and back again immediately into your original data structure, and your duplicates are removed. Sets cannot contain duplicate values in them. Which means if I create my set saying 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, and if I print my set, it prints. Now, sets also are not indexed and they are still arranged at random. But the values that will be retained are these three. The order may change. Okay, just a second. All right. Any questions with the definition of set?
No.
Okay. We are mathematically defining the set. Means Right. We are mathematically defining a set. Means the mathematical properties of sets should also translate to programming. Am I correct? And they do. Just like sets in our mathematics, we can do intersections, unions, difference, checking if a set is a subset or not, if set is a superset or not, etc. on sets. Okay, let us look at a few examples quickly. Let us create a set. Set 1 is equal to 1, 1, 2, 2. Okay, this is my set. Set 2 is equal to another random set. Okay, let us print set 1. You see, we entered 43 before 55, but it moved 43 to after 55. There is no order to the values in which the set, I mean, the way the values are arranged in a set. So is the case even with this. It is just pure coincidence that they have been arranged in an increasing order. That need not be the case every time. Okay, these are our two sets. Now, what do you think will happen if we say set 1 dot intersection of set 2? It should return the common values between these two sets, correct? Which are 2, 3, and 5. Is there anything else common? I don't think so. Right. Now, when we say set 1 dot union of set 2, it should combine all these elements and give a return a result. Got it? Okay. Now, set 1 dot difference of set 2. What do you think this will do, the difference function? This will print out, or this will return all the elements existing in set 1 that are not existing in set 2, which are 1, 2, 3 existing, 4, no, 1, 2, 3, 5 is also 53, 55, and 43. Any questions? Now, what do you think will happen? Set 2 dot difference of set 1. What do you think they should return? Set 2 has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and set 1 has 1, 2, 3, 5, 40, 55, and 43. It must return all the values existing in set 2 that are not existing in set 3. What is the
4 and
value that
6.
is there in set 2 and not there in set 3, set 1?
4 and 6.
4 and 6.
Got it? Right. Now, if you want to add an element into a set, I think you can say set 1 dot add of 34. My bad. Set 1 dot add of 34 and print set 1 34 has been added somewhere in between. You see? It is again just pure sheer coincidence that it is showing here, showing up here. It need not be the case all the time.
It's a random insertion.
It's random.
What are the purpose of having sets though?
To remove
Bland.
duplicates from a data structure if you want. That is one very bland use case. And more, that is why, I mean, that is what most people use it for in their regular this thing. But
Tuples
at
doesn't have
in this, sorry?
Tuples doesn't have duplicates too, right?
No, they have duplicates. They can have duplicates, right? We have already established that.
Oh.
Only sets cannot have duplicates.
Only sets doesn't have duplicates.
Yes. Any questions?
So, in your experience, I think you encounter mostly data type of dictionaries in your workplace, or you have
Yeah,
all
mainly
three?
dictionaries. In the order of starting with dictionaries, next lists, next tuples, and last sets.
Can sets have strings in them?
Yeah, they can have strings in them also.
All data types.
Can sets have lists and tuples also in them as unique?
Beautiful question. So sets cannot have list in them, but they can have tuples in them. Any immutable data or data type can be a part of a set. Lists are mutable, correct? And hence list cannot be
Yes.
part of a set. Dictionaries are mutable,
But
and hence dictionaries cannot be
strings
part
are
of a set.
also mutable.
No, we have
Strings
discussed
are
that, established that
also
tuples and strings are immutable.
okay. Tuples and strings are immutable. Okay.
Yes.
But if I give an index, string has an index, tuple doesn't have an index.
Tuples have an index.
So, okay. Okay.
That's what, okay. The
So
similarities are
basically strings,
lists, tuples.
strings, list, tuples, all of them have index.
Right.
And only tuples is immutable.
Tuples
Tuples
and
and
strings are
strings are
immutable.
immutable. Lists are not. Lists are mutable. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions, anyone? All right. Let us adjourn for lunch and group back at 2:15. It's 1:40 now. Fine, everyone?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Let's group back in 20, 15, 35 minutes. Yes. So until now, we have seen creating data structures, adding values to the data structures, removing values from the data structures, and accessing values individually from a data structure. Right? So let us say we have a list of 100 values. Do you think it would be practical if we have to, what do you call, write one line of code to access one element from the list? Not right. And hence, we have the iterator or iterator to the rescue. So now let us create a list. My list is this thing. Let us create my tuple, this thing, and my set, this thing. Okay. Since the way the data is stored in all of these data structures is similar, we are accessing them first. Okay, we will get to the dictionaries in a bit, but now what we will do is we will try to iteratively fetch one value at a time from those data structures. Okay. Now we go to CD, COP, dummy. Inside that, again COP, this thing, ls minus lrtha. Right, here is our second.py, right? Now we'll say Python space second.py file. What we will do is let us have a separators here. Printing the list. Printing the okay. We can iteratively access the values from the list. Let us change the values to something else.
Gautam, hi. Where did you define I? I is equal to 1 plus I is equal to 0. Where have you given
Exactly.
these
We don't
things?
have to. Okay. That is what an iterator does, right?
Okay.
When we did the range function, we discussed that I was getting value from this collection. When we were using range function, it was getting the one value at a time from the range function. Here it is taking one value at a time from the list. Here it is taking one value at a time from the collection called as tuple. Here it is taking one value at a time from the collection called as set.
Okay.
I is directly taking the value existing in this list. There is no I is equal to 1. We are not playing with indexes here. We are playing directly with the values.
Okay.
Okay. What I will do is I will copy and paste the same thing in every data structure just for relatability. We printed the list one value at a time using the iterator. Iterator is this. Same thing even using a tuple, same thing even using a set. Okay. This is how we can access one value at a time from the tuple using the iterator. Just like the way we accessed one value at a time from a range of values. Okay. Now, to understand in a better way how we can think of these statements is that for I in my list, what this tells to Python is, okay, take a variable called as I, go to my list. Take one value, come down, and do whatever it is told here. Here, print the value. Okay, it is printing Guido. Okay, once that is printed, go back to the list, take this value this time, print it. Go back to the list, take this value, print it. Go back to the list, take this value, and print it. Once this is also done, Python knows that, okay, there is no more value after this value. It will go back to the list and it realizes there is nothing there. And then it exists from iterations. The same thing is happening even for this tuple. It is going to the data structure, taking one value at a time, printing it. going to the data structure, taking one value at a time, printing it until this value. Once this value is also printed, it has nothing to take, and hence the iteration exits. Is the case even with this one. Any questions?
And regarding set because
Mhm.
it doesn't follow any indexing, you can see that when it printed out the set, VAN came in the end because
Right.
yeah.
There is no particular order. The elements in set are completely random. I mean, are placed randomly.
So that is the only thing which missed the order in which we wrote.
Order.
The rest all is
Yeah.
the same order that we wrote.
Right. Okay. Now, how to access elements from a dictionary? Let us comment this. Let us bring this dictionary all the way down. Okay. So now this is our dictionary. Now we want to print the elements of this dictionary. Right? You can do that in 3 ways. One, by using the keys of the dictionary. Using keys. There is a built-in method called as keys on dictionary, using which you can fetch the values. Okay. The second method is using values. And the third method is using items. Okay. Let us look at all of these examples now. Now, using keys. Okay. For I, in my dict.keys, if I print I, my I will be the key in the dictionary. If I print my dict of I, then it prints the values in the dictionary. I value, I value. For better understandability, let us create our own other regular dictionary that we have seen, state capitals. AP, nice. AP, apple, BA, banana, CH, cherry, and DA, date, whatever they are. Okay. This is the key. This is the value. Using the key, what this is telling is how to interpret this line is, okay, create a variable, dummy, or a temporary variable called as I. Okay. With that variable, go to this dictionary. Okay. This dictionary dot keys. Go to this dictionary and collect the keys. Okay. Which means the AP, BA, CH, DA, and EL, those are the keys. A data structure is formed internally with those keys. All right. Let me explain. So, as soon as it goes here, the mydict.keys, what this does is it builds an internal data structure with the keys. Okay. This data structure is created. What now for does is it takes I to this data structure and takes the first value of AP into it. Or it is I is made to point to AP to speak more precisely. Okay. Now I is pointing to AP. Now it comes down to this line, prints I. Okay. And comes to the next line and says, here we are saying my dict of I. What is my dict of AP?
Apple.
right? And that is printed. Once this line is executed, it is going back to this dictionary. And this time I will be pointing to BA. Okay. This time I will be pointing to BA, and it comes down to this line, prints BA, and comes to this line, prints banana. And so on, iteratively, it is fetching the values and printing them. Using keys function, this is how you can fetch values from a dictionary.
So is there any value function like that or no?
Exactly. That is where we'll be going. We have already mentioned here, right? We have 3 ways of fetching elements from a dictionary. Using keys, we can get keys
Value.
and values. Using values, we can get only values, because we cannot go back from value to a key. Correct? Now, using items, we can get both keys and values again, but in a little different way. Okay, what is that way? We'll look at it in a bit. Any questions so far? If no questions, next, the second method. The second method is by using the values function, right? For I in mydict.values, print I, we can only fetch the values like this. I mean, from this dictionary using the values method. You cannot get your keys. Any questions? All right. Values is simple. Now, for I in mydict.items, so using items function. Now, what this does is the items function. Okay, the items function creates an internal dictionary. Okay, I mean, creates an internal data structure. Okay, of tuples of key value pairs, comma, 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 so on. Which means it creates an internal data structure. What data structure it creates internally is none of our business. We don't have to know that. Okay, but it creates a data structure internally that contains tuples of key value pairs, as in this case, AP, apple, BA, banana, so on, EL, elderberry. Okay, let us establish this idea first. So if we print I, we should print the key value pairs as here. Correct?
Mhm.
key value pairs as tuples. If you want to print individual values separately, then you can say, since they are tuples, we are calling them to be tuples. Tuples are indexed. You can say I of 0, comma, I of 1. And when you go here and run this, you are getting values separately without the brackets there.
Can we ask for individual value from a key though? Can you pass a key and get a value?
Okay, you have a key here already. If you want
I
to
just
say, yeah, if you want to say my dict of,
can you pass a key
I of
name.
0 again, yeah, even that is possible. But for that, we have this thing, right?
No, it gives everything, but I don't want everything. I just want to have, say, for cherry, CH, what is the value?
Okay. For that, we don't even need a loop, right? Iterator, right? We have checked that. When we do this, it prints.
Yeah, my dict, yes, it will gives right away.
Yeah.
Don't have to be in a loop.
If you want a singular one element alone, then you can always do it this way. If we want all the elements from the data structure iteratively, for that purpose, we are learning all these
Yeah, right.
functions.
Right. Okay, got it.
Any questions, anybody?
Selectively, can we get like every odd or even key bit value?
Okay, we can get that, but that is a little complex. We will get there just in a bit. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
All right. With this being established, let's clear all the drawings and get here. Okay, that's my dictionary, and we have done beautiful. Now, please listen carefully. The next aspects of programming are, let us say we want to create a list. Okay. We have a list. Let us take my list is equal to 1, 2, 3, 10. Okay. That is a list. Now, from this existing list, create another list that contains the double of the values in my list. Understanding the requirement here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can someone tell me code for this? How can we do so? We have learned everything to be able to do that now.
We'll take each element and we'll double it and append it back to a list.
No,
Okay.
I
I
think
want
why
to create
can't we
another
just
list instead.
do?
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
need to
like,
Why can't
multiply
append,
the I and then put it right.
yeah, I
put it in
into
the
2. Why
new.
can't we just do that?
I didn't get that. Can someone help me? Hello? Yeah, someone wants to prompt me the code? I didn't quite catch whatever you guys said. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm thinking whether we need to create a function.
So the problem is to create another list, which means I need a new list. I don't want to modify this list.
Yeah, yeah.
And that list must contain double of values from this list.
So you have to insert these values which are double into a list. So that you need to create an empty list first.
Beautiful.
And then
Is equal to
update this
updated.
list with multiples of that. I times I times, yeah.
Now when I print my list.to and I go
Excuse me.
and did I get the double of the
Yes,
values from my
yes,
list in
yes.
my list2?
Yeah.
Right. What if there is a better way of doing this? Here you are creating an empty list and telling this, right?
Mhm.
What if there is even more simpler way? That simpler way is called as map function. Okay. Ready to explore the map function?
Mhm.
Map function works in this way. Okay. Map function takes two arguments compulsorily. The first argument is a function and the second argument is an iterable. Okay. Now, which means when we say map of func comma iterable, okay, let us say we have created a function to double a number. Let us say define double. Just a second. Yes. So define double. This is a function that accepts one value x, and all that it does is return x star
Same
2.
thing.
Right? I star 2 we want to return.
Mhm, mhm.
Now this is my function. Right? And this list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is my iterable. Right? Iterable.
Mhm.
Also a list. Okay. Now what this map function does is it takes this function. When we say map of double, observe we are not giving the parenthesis here. Double, comma, my list. What it does is it takes this function and applies it on each value of this iterable. Okay. And creates a data structure internally that contains 20. Okay. But we want to create a list here, correct? And hence we have to pass
Create a
this
variable
map function.
to
No, we
create
have
a
to pass
variable.
this map function. No, to
The
the
list.
list function. And then we can simply say my list2 is equal to list of map of my arguments.
Okay.
And in just one line, we will be able to do all this.
But you are
Not the
designing a
print.
function first, right? And then
Yes.
creating a variable to that thing and then printing it, right?
Right. We'll look in the code. Okay, whatever we have here, define double of A. You can use any variable, written A star 2. Now I will say my list 2 is equal to list of map of double comma my list. And my list 2. If we had not printed that, we got it. What is the advantage? Here we wrote in 3 lines, here also we wrote in 3 lines. Then what is the advantage with this?
Less
Considering
time
this is more
complexity.
complex function, sorry?
Less time complexity.
We will
Like it
get
takes
there. It's an
less time.
interesting
Okay.
topic. Yes, that's an interesting topic.
Yeah.
We will get there in just a bit. But the first and foremost straight away advantage is if the calculation is complex than this one, that means that you will use this function in multiple places. The advantage with this is you write your function once and use it multiple times, unlike here. Here you are directly using the function. If you want to use this calculation somewhere else, you need to create a function there or figure out another way of doing that. But here one advantage is your function is usable everywhere, I mean anywhere else also. The second advantage is one, code readability. You are asking map to map this function to this iterable. Okay. After mapping this function to this iterable, whatever result is you are getting, convert it into a list. Okay. And store it in this variable called as mylist2. This is considered to be something called as Pythonic way of coding. This is also old. We will get to a better way of doing it even than this. But yes, the reason why this particular construct came into Python was that reason, for that reason. Understanding?
Yeah.
Now, coming to the speed, we will not be exploring this area in these sessions in this bootcamp, but one aspect that this way of coding helps is in increasing the speed is we all agree that most of our computers these days have any recent ones in the last 1 or 2 years. If you have bought your computer, even if that is a Windows machine, you have at least or more than 4 cores in your processor. I guess these days minimum is 8 cores, which simply means you have 8 CPUs in one CPU, in each CPU, or on each motherboard. Okay. And now let us say you have 100 values. If you have only one CPU, writing code this way, what will do is Python will take this one whole code into one CPU only. It can take code into one CPU only and execute all those 100 values on this CPU, which means it has to take 100 cycles. Correct? Let us say per cycle it takes 1 second, which means for 100 cycles it takes 100 seconds, which means we have to wait for 100 seconds to produce the result. Assume. Okay. Now writing code this way enables us in writing code for parallelizing. this process between the cores in your computer. Okay. Which means, let us say you have only, for calculation's sake, let us say you have only 160 values. Okay. Each core will take 20 values. Okay. This core will take 20 seconds to process these 20 values. This core will take the 20 seconds to process this 20 values. And similarly, all cores are going to take 20 seconds, which means within 20 seconds, all the 160 values get processed, and the map function is going to take care of aggregating the result again and printing it or assigning it to this variable. There is something called as multiprocessor or processing package in Python, on which you can leverage upon in making this happen. That is the advantage of writing code this way using map. Any questions here? Hello?
No, we're good, Gautam.
Great. Now, similar to map function, okay, similar to map, there are two more functions like that called as filter and reduce. What does filter do? Let us say we create a define get even. Let us say from the given list, we want a list of even numbers. Okay. Now let us define a function for getting the even numbers. Get even is the function name, which will return. Okay. What we will do is, yeah. Now, if x modulo 2, okay, which means when you divide x by 2, if the remainder is equal to 0, then that means that x is a even number, correct? When you divide something with 2, and if the remainder is 0, then it is an even number. We will say return x. Only if this condition is true, return x. Which means if this condition is not true, it will not return x. It will just come out of the function. Okay. Now, what we will do in creating a list like this, using a function like this, right? We will say my list 2 is equal to list of filter of get even, comma, my list. Yes, please. Any questions, anyone here?
New function filter, right?
Sorry?
New function,
Yeah, filter function.
filter function.
Filter function, you pass your filtering condition. You write your filtering condition in a function, in your custom function, and you pass it as the first argument to the filter function. then an iterable, and this will fetch the result. And the advantage of doing it this way, again, is parallelizability. Okay. Let's look at the code. Define even. Written true works or written here. Okay. Any questions with filtering? All right. All is just the right. If filtering is done, let us learn about something called as reduce. Reducing means reducing a data structure or an iterable into a single value. Okay. That is the definition, single value only. You cannot reduce a data structure into 2 values or 3 values or n values. You can only reduce it to a single value. All right. Which means, okay, then what is the use case? How can we use that? Let us say we have our my list here, right? It has 10 numbers in it. Now you want to find the sum of all the numbers, right? So let us first define our function called sum. Add a comma b, and which returns a plus b. Now, unlike map and filter, okay, map and filter are part of built-ins in Python, which is why we have directly used those functions. Observe that. But reduce function is not part of built-ins. Why? Only the developers of Python know. But reduce function is part of a standard library package, which means you don't have to separately install it. It comes with your Python package, .exe or DMG or package or whatever it is. Okay, it comes with that, but it is part of, since it is part of standard library, you need to import it. Okay, in what module this function is residing? That module name is func tools or function tools. Okay, from func tools, import reduce. All right. Now we say result is equal to, since this is a single variable, right? It will reduce all the numbers into a single number. So what we do is we pass this function to this reduce function and we pass the iterable. Now how this thing is working is, or how this thing works is, you have Okay. The reduce function is taking two values at a time, correct? And you have a list of values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let us say you have 10 values at a time. Okay, you are passing this data structure to the add function. What the add function does is it takes these two values first. You get a result called as 3, right? And then it takes this 3 and this value and the next value. You get 6. And then it takes 6 and then 4. You get 10. 10 and then 5. You get 15. And so on. It iteratively takes two values at a time and produces the sum of the entire iterable.
The cumulative addition, right?
Yes.
So why it is called, it is adding, right? The name doesn't seem to reflect what it is doing though.
No. Okay. The function is adding. You can pass in
Yeah.
the multiplication function also there.
No,
But
no, no. Okay.
essentially what this reduce is doing is it is reducing the list to a single value.
Right. No, I got it, but it is just totaling and giving the value,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Which
So
is
instead of
reducing, right?
add, if you put
Mhm.
instead of add, if you pass a different function, then it will do that and reduce it to one single value. That's what you're
Exactly.
telling, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
It will reduce the whole data structure into a
curious.
single value. Yes.
I'm curious regarding minus. So I can understand multiplication. It'll come to a single value when you multiply. But if you say minus, what will minus from what? And also
Interesting.
divide, what will divide with what?
Okay. So what is it adding with what?
Divide,
It is taking
What?
these two values. Yeah, we'll
Ah,
get. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to address your question itself from this. When we said add, what is adding to what?
Single value.
The first
first two
value
numbers.
is adding
Yeah.
to second value, right? The
Correct.
result, whatever it is, becomes the first value being added to the next value.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, let us say we did A minus B. The first value is getting subtracted, the second value is getting subtracted from the first value, okay, which is 1 minus 2, right? Result is minus 1, right? Minus 1, no, second value is 3. Minus 3, minus 4. So on, it should go to some a smaller negative number.
Yes.
Let us confirm.
It's actually a large negative number. Minus
Right?
4, minus 4 again.
You just do that, change it to minus, and then we'll get the number.
No, minus 4, minus 6, minus 10, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it will go to the smallest negative number.
That it could go to with the provided list.
Yeah, you can just run it and see how it goes.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You have to
My
print,
bad.
right?
Yes. I sometimes hate these editors for the number of prompts they show. Now, slash. The same thing. The order of choice of values will not change. Any questions? Excuse me.
Gautam, did you call me?
No, sorry. So any questions now? I'm asking. All right. If no questions, let us learn the next topic. Okay. Now, let us talk about functions like this. Okay. So since if you have a complex function than this, then it makes sense in having all these formalities. Correct? What if you do not have such a complex calculation like in this case? Okay. You still might want to create a function and be able to use it in this function, right? For that purpose, for situations where you know that you will not be using that function many times again, but you want to apply that function across a data structure, okay? For those situations, we have a concept in Python called as nameless functions, okay? Called as, we use the keyword lambda, okay, we use the keyword lambda to create a nameless function, okay? To create a nameful function, like with a function with a name like this, you are using def, right? Instead of that function name, what I will do is, instead of def, I want to create a nameless function here. So instead of def, I will use lambda. Lambda. Now, this is taking two values as parameters, correct? Lambda space, I will write my parameters a comma b, after which I am putting a colon, right? I will put a colon here also. And I am directly saying return this calculation, correct? Instead of return, I will directly say a by b. Now, this syntax creates a nameless function in Python that accepts these two parameters and does this calculation. To leverage upon this functionality, such a functionality of being able to parallelize your process, having a nameless function helps in distributing your data among cores, taking your function also to the cores and get it executed, all at the cost of a single line, which means even this two lines are also not necessary anymore. Code maintainability. Reducing by writing less number of code, less amount of code, achieving the result that we want to achieve. That is the key of everything after the basic constructs of programming.
So you're using a reduce function. So can you just explain the lambda thing once?
Okay, same thing. What was happening when we used add function? Two values from this list were going to this add function. Correct? Iteratively. And this calculation is being implemented upon.
Right.
Right? Same thing, when you say a lambda, two values from the list iteratively are being taken by this lambda function and the calculation is implemented.
So lambda function argument has two variables in it, two parameters.
We have created the lambda function similar to this to mimic this functionality. We have created a lambda function.
Okay.
There is no hard and fast rule that lambda function must have only two variables in it. You can also say A comma B comma C. And for our simplicity, we can do A star B star C. What happened? Lambda missing one positional argument. Okay. So it means it can take only one value, I mean, two values at a time iteratively from the function.
So when we are
Interesting.
using lambda, no need of defining a function on the top, right? Like without using any function on
Declaring
the
AD
top.
right here. I'm doing the multiplication.
We don't have to define the function there. We can
Yeah.
directly.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing the multiplication.
When you do the division, it gives this. Any questions, anyone? Now, how would you people feel if I ask you to discard whatever you learned with this map, filter, and reduce also? Because even those methods are obsolete as on date. I mean, since quite some time in Python. But why we discussed those methods is because those methods paved way. The map, filter, and reduce paved way for whatever we are going to discuss now, called as comprehensions. Okay. There may not be a direct replacement for a reduce method. So reduce still works, is quite useful, but for map and filter, you can replace them using comprehensions. So when you write comprehensions, even the keywords like list and filter also go obsolete. Okay, why is that? So we have our list here. What we will do is let us copy it, comment them here. Paste it here. Okay, we have our list here. So now let us say I want to create a new list, my list 2. Okay, now we want to have double of each value from my list, correct? We will take the help of a iterator here. We will say for I in my list, okay, for I in my list, we will say give me I star 2. Give me that as a list. You know how to read this line? For I in my list, before for, leave a space, and then write what is the manipulation you want to do. I star 2 and return me my list. Any questions? This is called as a list comprehension. This is the direct head-on replacement for all that boilerplate code has reduced to a simple for loop and a simple calculation within square brackets, and you got your list there. Any questions? Excuse me. All right. Now let us go with the head-on replacement for filters. My list 2. We want the even numbers from the list, my list, right? Again, I in my list, okay, we say give me a list for each value from my list. Okay, now we have to somehow say that give me that value inside this new list only if that value is an even number, correct? Now, where should we write that condition? Only if. We write after this line, I mean, after the iterable mentioned here, we say if I percentile 2 is equal to 0. Only then, only if this condition is true, put this I in my new list. That is the meaning of this.
I tried giving that condition in front of that for loop. It gave me all trues and false, whether the remainder is 0 or not. Yeah.
Right, because what is the resultant of a comparison operation?
Whether true or false.
There is your answer.
Yeah.
Any questions, anybody? Okay. All right. Now, for a set comprehension, we'll take just one example here. Okay, for this thing. All we can say is for a set, my set, I will just change the brackets. That should print the set, I mean, create a set comprehension for me, right? Hello?
Yes.
Right, here, we will do this thing, and voila, we were not printing the sets. What is this? There is an order here, there is no order here, pure random thing. Any questions, anyone? When you create it using square brackets, it is called as a list comprehension. When you create it using curly brackets and a comma separated value, simple, just the values alone, It is called as a set comprehension. Now, how to create a dictionary comprehension? Okay. Now, I want to create a dictionary with one value as the key. I mean, the value from the my list as the key, and the double of it as the value, like this. Getting it? This is the value from my list, and this is the double of it. My list, double of it. Okay. We will change the brackets first, but that is not enough, right? We need key value pairs within the brackets. Only then that will be a dictionary. I will say, make this I as my key and I star 2 as my value. Okay. Any questions? Dictionary comprehension also understood? Excuse me. All right. If that is done, we can consider comprehensions are done. Then what about tuple comprehensions? Any doubts, anybody? Any question on that?
So this comprehension is not there for reduce, is it? Gautam? You said even reduce can be used.
No. I mean, if there is no head-on competition or head-on, what do you call, replacement for reduce function.
Okay.
Comprehension means, what do you mean by comprehensions in your English schooling? You read something and you read a para or an essay and create a smaller essay out of whatever
Yeah.
you have understood from that essay, right? Which means
Correct. Yeah.
in programming, comprehension means you have an existing data structure from which you want to build another data structure again. Or from an existing collection of data, you want to create another collection of data. Reduce is not creating a collection of data. It is creating a singleton value. Right?
Yeah, bringing it to one value, one total value.
Yes, one total value, right. Right. Now, any questions on tuple comprehensions? We looked into these other types of comprehensions because they are mutable. Dictionaries are mutable, sets are mutable, lists are mutable. Tuples are not mutable, correct? So what will happen when we try to do this? Will it error out? We'll see. It creates something called as a generator object, which means it is creating, for now, understand that it is creating an internal data structure that we cannot directly see. Okay. Then what is the advantage of this data structure? This data structure is built such that you can iteratively collect values from this data structure. Okay, but directly when you print this, it just says it is a data structure, internal data structure. I have it in Python. Let me know whenever you want the values individually, I will give them for you. That is what this means. Okay, so when you run this, now you will see that is because of this thing. Okay, don't worry. Let me uncomment this and we should get the values. Like we expect. Okay, clear until this part? What is happening when we are creating tuple comprehension? When we are creating a tuple comprehension, it is creating something called as a generator object. Okay. Now, another name for tuple comprehension is generator expression. This is called as a generator expression. Any questions here? Now, we will see what will happen. Okay, I have this my list. We'll do this as my list 3 and that as my list 2. So we'll try to print my list 2 twice iteratively, which means one value at a time. Print. Printing my list 2 second time. Okay. Here I will be printing first time. Okay. And similarly, we are creating my list 3 here, right? My list 3 the first time. My list 3 for the second time. Okay. Which means this line should print, printing my list 2 for the first time. It should print all the values from my list 2. Again, printing my list 2 for the second time and then print all the values again, right? Now we are creating the generator expression. Okay, we are trying to print the my list 3 for the first time, printing all the values iteratively from my list 3 for the first time. We are trying to print all values from my list 3 iteratively for the second time, right? We will see what will happen now. List, the first time you took, you printed all the values. Second time you took, you printed all the values, right? Now my list 3, first time you took, you printed all the values, but my list 3 second time, nothing printed. You see that? Which means whenever you create a generator expression, you can use it iteratively only once. If you want to use it again, there is no way but to recreate this generator expression again. There is no reusing of a generator expression. Every time you want to use a generator expression, you have to create a generator expression.
It thinks what is there once and then it had to create a generator
It's
again.
empty. Gone. All values are gone from RAM. Remember it. Any questions?
Can you explain that again? I missed something.
Sure. So when you created a list comprehension, you are able to iterate through this list multiple times and print the values, right? When you're creating a generator expression, on the other hand, you are able to iterate through the values and print them only once. The second time, if you try to go to the generator expression again, there is no value in it to print. If you see here,
Yeah. So are you referring that generator expression to a tuple? Like you mentioned generator expression, right? Like is that a tuple? Like no?
okay, that's some internal data structure. When you
Okay.
use tuple kind of brackets,
Mhm.
okay, for creating a comprehension,
Okay.
that creates a generator expression. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
No problem. Any questions, anyone? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. The advantages with generators is, again, since they are using tuples, very fast at processing. And all of this out. Okay. Now, since we claim that we have finished reading comprehension, we have finished addressing comprehensions. Now let us get into handling file IO systems, IO operations. Okay, so using Python, you can also open and work on another files, right? Which is generally what we will be doing most of the time in the real-time industry. As Venkat was mentioning this morning also, whenever we create a function, we can give it data like some Excel sheet or something, and Python will be able to go through that Excel sheet, what do you call, munge through the values and give you some result, right? For that to happen, you need to open that file, correct? You need to access that file, open that file, do some operations, and then close that file, correct? Python can do the same thing. Okay, so for us to open a file, all we have to do is use the function called as open. Okay, and then say give the file path as the first argument. Okay, and the mode of the file as the second argument. All right. Now, file can be opened in the following modes: read, write, append, read plus, write plus, append plus. What are they? We will look into that. Okay, which means we can basically read from a file, write to a file. Those are the fundamental operations that anyone wants to do or can do on a file. Append is a variation of writing to the file itself. Okay, we will look into all those things now. Starting with reading from a file. So what we will do is let us create a variable called as file pointer, some variable name. My abbreviation is FP. Okay, now I will say is equal to open. Now I want to open the file. Which file I want to open? Let us say some text file. Let us go to here and see if there is a text file here. Yes, there is here. Construct on random.txt. Okay, let me copy path to the file. Right now here I will pass the path to that file. Okay, this is the location where that file is existing. Right, I want to open this file in something called as read format. Hence I mention R within quotes. Okay, now I opened the file. The first thing that I should do is, one thing that I should and I must do is close the file. How to close the file? We use the same variable that we created to open the file and then say dot close. Close is a function on this variable. Okay, now between reading and closing, I want to read the contents of the file and print them. Understanding the use case here? That file contained this text and we are able to print that. Okay. Any questions with this part for now? Okay. When you open a file with R mode, as in here, when you open a file in the read mode, if you try to write to file, what it must do?
Show an error.
Not allow us to write. Basically, it's a read-only
Yes.
file.
Yes, my bad. Not writable. We have, it's not a read-only file, but we have opened the file in a read mode. When you change the mode, you can write it to the file. Excuse me. Okay. Before learning about other modes, let us see what are the read types we have in Python. As you have just seen, the different read functions are read line, and read lines. Okay, the difference between all these three is, as we have just seen, the read function, what it does is it reads the whole contents of the file at once. Observe again. The whole file contents have been read and printed. Okay. What does the read line do? Okay, is it will only read one line from that file and print it. What if you want to read one more line using the read line method itself? You have to say that, call that function again. Read line and print enter. What if you want to
Which
read one
line
more
is it
line?
reading?
In the order, one line at a time.
Order. Okay.
It read 3 lines this time. Okay, but basically the read line function reads only one line at a time. In the order the lines are written or lines are existing in the file that you are trying to access. Any questions? Now, what does read lines function do? The read lines function will read the whole contents of the file. Okay, which means we'll read the whole, all the lines in the file as a list. Okay, which means it opens the file, takes each line, creates a list, and puts each line as one element in the list. You see this? Bracket, bracket. This is one line, comma. This is the second line, comma, and so on. Next line, next line. List of lines. The read lines function returns the contents of the file as a list of lines. Any questions, anyone? Hello?
No, got it.
All right. Since we have opened the file in read mode, we have read the file. Okay. But to be able to write to the file, what we should do? Open the file in write mode. Right? Now, when you open the file in write mode, what happens is if there is anything existing in the file, all the existing contents will be deleted from the file just because you opened it in write mode. Okay. Right. Okay. You have tried opening the file in write mode and you have written something into the file. Let us say fp dot write okay. Why is it sub? That's what I hate about. All right. Okay, we are writing this line and we are closing the file. Okay, we did not run this yet, right? What I want to do now is before running this file, I want to open the random text. Okay, right. You see the random text file .txt file is having all these contents now, right? When we run this file now, right, when we run this file, what should happen? What did we say? All the contents must disappear. And whatever we are trying to write here, that must be written to the file. Correct?
Yeah.
Done. Let us say we have finished writing something to the file. Now, if you want to read something to the file from the file, fp.read. You want to read the file since we have already written. Do you think this will allow? We have opened the file in write mode. This should not allow, right? Because the mode should not allow this operation, reading from the file, because it is opened to write into the file. Not writable. I mean, not readable. Any questions? All right. Then how can we make sure that after reading the file, we want to write the file, and after writing the file in this case, we want to read the file? For that reason, we have these plus modes. We have seen R plus and W plus, right? That is what we can do with this mode. Which means this mode tells, okay, open the file in write mode, which means the first operation that we should do is write. And then if we want, we can read from the file. Now, interestingly, since we have written something into the file and we said to read the file, what should happen? Read the file and print the contents. What should happen? It should read the file contents and print,
Read.
correct?
Yeah.
No error, but nothing printed. Why? You remember how magnetic tapes worked? Okay, when you opened the file, time for some annotation. Okay, when you opened this file, all this has been deleted and the cursor or control is waiting here, correct? And when you wrote this line, when you tried to write this line into the file, okay, what Python did is it started writing. This is Python Bootcamp. Okay, after finishing writing this, now where is the cursor? At this full stop, at the end of the line, correct? You guys following?
Yes, copy.
Yes. Now, when the cursor is at here, you try to say fp.read. Now, is there anything to read from here? Nothing, right? And hence the blank space. Which means, what should we do to read the file again? We need to somehow bring this cursor back to this position, correct?
Yes.
To do so, we have something called as seek method. Just like on our audio players or tape recorders back in the day. We need to do rewind and then play again. Correct? Now the seek method has two parameters, but we are concerned about only one parameter called as whence, which accepts three values, either of the three values, 0, 1, 2. 0 says go back to the initial position. Okay. One says, if I remember correctly, go to the end of the line. Okay. And what 2 says isn't our concern as of now. It is a little complex than that. We don't usually get used, I mean, have to deal with that. But when time is right, you can figure that out. Okay. Let us confirm the same. Sorry. Now, what we will do is before reading and after writing, let us say fp dot seek of 0. You got the contents of the file? Any questions, anyone? All right. Similarly, the R plus mode works where you need to first read from the file, print fp.read, and then write to the file. I need a backslash n here, escape, a new line character that is, and then go back to the 0, the first position in the file, and then read file. Now, when you print here, fp.read, we need 2 lines. When you print here, there should be 1 line. And when you print here, there should be 2 lines. Correct? One line, 2 lines. Now, since there are already 2 lines in the program, like in the text file, when you read here, you should print 2 lines. And when you write this 3rd line and print here, you should have 3 lines. We identify, print, before writing. Excuse me. After writing. Before writing to the file, we had 2 lines, and then we wrote 1 more line, right? So after writing to the file, we have 3 lines now. Any questions with respect to reading and writing? So we have addressed R, W, R plus, W plus, correct? We have something called as A, means append mode. Okay, when you open a file in A mode, what happens is, yeah, yes, when you are opening a file in R mode, the cursor, initial cursor is pointing to the first character in the file. When you are opening the file in W mode also, R or W, it is pointing to the first cursor itself, or yeah, first character in the file itself, right? But what if you want to open the file, and as soon as you open the file, instead of pointing to the first character in the cursor, you want to point to the last character in the file? What if you want to do that? For that purpose, we have this mode called as append. Whenever you open a file in append mode, it directly points to the end of the file. And anything you write gets appended here. Any questions?
Yeah, but if you don't write seek is equal to 0, then the cursor is anywhere there only at the last point.
No, when you are opening the file, okay, you are again getting. I'm talking about opening the file. Okay, here, when you have opened the file in the, what do you call, R plus mode or W plus mode, read mode or W mode, wherever you open, the cursor is initially pointing at the first character in the file. After doing your operation, your cursor has gone somewhere in the middle of the file or end of the file, whatever it is, right? To bring the cursor back to here, you are using seek. But what if you want to open the file and directly point to the end of the file without the first character? Getting it?
Yeah, so if you want to do that,
If you want to do that, we have this A mode,
we will
append
use
mode.
append. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, we have written append mode, and we will directly write this. Writing in the append mode. Okay. After writing it to the append mode, let us look at the file directly. Okay. See, directly, it is not deleting the contents of the file. When you open the file in write mode, it will delete the contents of the file, right? And directly points to the first character. In append mode, it will not delete the contents of the file and happily write whatever you want to write at the last or the end of the file. It was here, it came to here and wrote this line. Any questions? What do you think will happen if we try to read from the file in append mode? Will it throw an error or not? Append is a special case of write itself, correct? So it must accept or not. Which means in append mode also, you cannot read a file. If you want to read a file in append mode, you must say sudo seek and then any questions, anyone? All right. If no questions, then just like in read, just like for reading from a file, we have three different functions, right? For writing to a file, we have two different functions. One is write, and the other is write lines. Okay, now this will take a list as an input like this with multiple lines. This has 2 lines. This is the path. Okay. This is the first line. This is the second line. Okay. Let's try writing it and check. Got it? All right. Now, we said that every time we open a file, we must ensure that we are closing a file. What will happen if we forget to close the file? That could lead to errors or corruption of the file. Correct? Now, for people like me who are lazy, we have a simple way of making sure that every time you open a file, it will be closed. Okay. Now that is called as a context manager. Okay. Now context manager, the keyword to initiate a context manager is with. Okay. After with, I will just copy this line. With open my file path, comma, my file mode. Okay. Here you see as FP. When we used open directly, we said FP is equal to open. Correct? But when we are using with function, we are saying with open and giving it an alias of FP. Okay? Writing a colon and getting inside the block. Inside the with block. Right? Whatever operations we are doing here until read, those are the same operations that we are doing here also. Correct? And as soon as the Python control comes out of this indentation, it understands that, okay, the with block has been completed and it will automatically close the file for us. Since this is also active, we have got it printed so many times. These are the number of times the data is there. Using context manager for readability. Using context manager. Okay. Any questions, anyone? If no questions, let us take a quickie. And until this is 4, let us assume it is 4:10 until 4:20. Okay, let's group at 4:20 and finish it off.